very good morning to you and welcome to SIG News Update on SIG News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. The federal government has unveiled the official theme for Nigeria's 65th independence anniversary, tagged Nigeria at 65, all hands on deck for a greater nation. According to the office of the Secretary to the Federal Government of the Federation, the theme underscores the need for unity, collaboration, and patriotism across all sectors in nation building. Activities include the Jamaat prayer at Abuja Central Mosque on Friday, September 26, a church service at the Ecumenical Center, Abuja, on Sunday, September 28, and a World Press Conference to be addressed by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, George Akume, on Monday, September 29. President Bola Tinubu has directed the Bank of Agriculture to clear outstanding arrears of 30 billion naira owed to agro-dealers and input suppliers under the National Agricultural Growth Scheme and Agro Pocket. The order followed the release of funds from the African Development Bank AFDB and aims to strengthen support for farmers and stabilize the food supply chain. The Bank of Agriculture has been designated as the custodian of all agricultural financing program funds and has pledged to pay all compliant beneficiaries within 24 hours using its electronic wallet system. The bank stated that the payment represents the second tranche released by the African Development Bank to settle obligations from 2024 dry season and wet season programs. The managing director of the Bank of Agriculture, Ayo Shotinrin, described the move as the defining moment for the agricultural sector, adding that it will unlock opportunities for sustainable and profitable agribusiness. Beneficiaries are required to open a Bank of Agriculture account to access the funds, while weekly progress updates will be provided until full completion of payments. Deposits by Nigerian banks with the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, under the Standing Deposit Facility rose to a record of 3.5 trillion naira on Wednesday, rising 38.34% from 2.55 trillion naira the previous day. Compared to the 348.8 billion naira a year ago, the figure represents a 164% jump. Analysts link the surge to excess liquidity in the banking system, weak credit appetite, and high lending rate near 40%. The increase came a day after the CBN cuts its benchmark interest rate to 27%, narrowed by the policy corridor, and reduced commercial banks' cash reserve requirements to 45% in a bid to lower borrowing costs and stimulate private sector credit. Now, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has disclosed that 148,077 electricity customers were metered nationwide in May and June 2025. Now, according to its latest fact sheet, 63,180 customers were metered in May, while 84,897 were metered in June. This increased the total number of metered customers to 6,422,933, raising the national metering rate from 53.78% to May 54.33% in June. By performance, Ikeja Distribution Company had the highest metering rate at 84.65%, followed by Eco at 83.33%, and Abuja at 73.06%. Yola Distribution Company had the lowest metering rate at 28.55%, with Jos at 29.51%, and Kaduna at 33.46%. Now, despite progress, 7 of the 12 distribution companies remain below 50%, leaving millions of customers unmetered and exposed to estimated billing. United States Commerce Department has launched national security investigations into imports of personal protective equipment, medical services, robotics, and industrial machinery. The review covers face masks, syringe infusion pumps, surgical instruments, and advanced equipment such as programmable machinery, industrial stamping systems, and robotics. The probe will assess whether domestic production can meet United States demand and the extent of reliance on foreign supplies, particularly China. Findings may serve as the basis for higher tariffs and expanded trade restrictions to protect national security and reduce dependence on foreign supply chains. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up shortly is Souk Business Landscape.
My name is Shino Badigeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souk News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souk News, okay? Stay updated with Souk News.
My name is Arton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souk News and stay glued to Souk News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souk News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the Director of the Faith Institute of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to bring back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Wale Soyinka, Born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934 in AJAOKUTA, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Palm oil has long been a vital component of Nigeria's agricultural heritage, with roots tracing back to pre-colonial times. Originally serving local needs, its importance has grown exponentially, propelling Nigeria into a prominent global producer. Spread across regions like Edo, Delta, Cross River, and Ondo states, the country boasts extensive plantations and advanced processing capabilities. It takes about 4 years for oil palms to produce fruit suitable for harvest. Each tree will then continue to produce fruit for up to 30 years, at which point they will have grown to around 40 feet tall. According to reports, Nigeria's palm oil production increased to 1.4 million metric tons in 2023, witnessing steady growth since 2009, with a peak surge in 2010. Despite a surge in domestic consumption, reaching 1.8 million metric tons in the 2021-2022 crop year, Nigeria still imports 350,000 metric tons, primarily from China and Malaysia. Similarly, some of the challenges plaguing the sector include declined production, outdated equipment, and insufficient financing, resulting in a notable production deficit. To address these challenges, government intervention is imperative, necessitating increased funding, favorable policies, and enhanced environmental protection measures. Furthermore, Nigeria and other African countries must move away from the local way of producing palm oil to a more mechanized method for effective and efficient production. Additionally, fostering collaborations among farmers, processors, marketers of consumers, and equipment fabricators is vital for sustainable production and value chain development. Israel Adeyemi, Souk News.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilobunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Dr. Zach A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council, NSIB. In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FERI'S, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FERI'S exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FERI'S, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zaka Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zak Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reforms processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FERI'S employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. ZAC, as is well known, has improved on simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
For those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, which will not augur well for them when the bad allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of BAT, and then they have other suspicion. So and that is another worry that I have, the issue of trust. What do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation will not be defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or service. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Zach A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Human ingenuity has birthed remarkable innovations, none more so than the rise of intelligent machines. Computers, once more calculators, have evolved into sophisticated systems capable of mimicking human thought processes. Powered by artificial intelligence, AI, these systems are learning, problem solving, and making decisions that were once exclusive domain of humans. From accelerating scientific discovery to tackling climate change, AI's potential is vast, but perhaps its most profound impact lies in healthcare. Artificial intelligence, AI, it's no longer a futuristic concept. It's here with the potential to revolutionize patient care, diagnosis, and treatment. AI is emerging as a powerful tool in the hands of medical professionals. From detecting diseases early to optimizing treatment plans, AI is demonstrating remarkable capabilities. It can analyze vast amounts of medical data to identify patterns and predict outcomes, aiding in more accurate diagnosis. Also, AI-powered robots are assisting in surgeries, improving precision, and reducing recovery times. However, despite its promises, challenges persist. Concerns about data privacy, ethical implications, and the need for robust regulatory frameworks are hindering widespread AI adoption. To fully unlock AI's potential in healthcare, collaborative efforts are essential. Healthcare providers, researchers, policymakers, and technology companies must work together to develop and implement AI solutions responsibly. By addressing ethical concerns, investing in AI research, and creating supportive regulatory environments, we can accelerate the integration of AI into healthcare and improve patient outcomes. Joy Chuma, Souk News.
Think like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this particular why within this side, let's also learn see something. This is Souk business landscape.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Souk Business Landscape. I am Oyinpriye Krumale. Many thanks for joining us on the program. I'm not doing this by myself. I have a beautiful lady by the side. It's a Thursday morning and we're reaching you live from our studios in the commercial city of Lagos. Good morning to you, Swift.
Good morning, Priye. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, world. Before we came on, Priye had promised me some millions of dollars, and I am holding him right to it. And I'm saying it on national TV, so that even if it's in the next 5 years, whenever Priye gets, or 3 years, please, ladies and gentlemen, join me. Highs your night and get ready to be blown away as we discuss everything amazing and beautiful that affects the economy. So you need to stick in.
Great. Well, we are not just the two people that will be doing the program today. We have someone who is joining us, but he's joining us virtually. He is a policy affairs analyst, both a public affairs analyst and a public affairs policy analyst, and he's Ayanugba Olugbenga Paul. Mr. Benga Paul, if you were there, could you please say hello? Okay. Is going to join us on the course of the program this morning. But how has it been so far, the nation, policy, business, economy, development? The Vice President was at the United Nations General Assembly and he spoke extensively. He's been talking about 7% growth in some of the critical sectors and the critical industries in Nigeria, and how recent reforms is beginning to trickle down and have its impact in the Nigerian economy. Also, Olaime Kadoso at the Monetary Policy Committee meeting met recently, and they seem to have reduced the monetary policy rate from 27.50% to 27%. There's this marginal reduction of 50 basis points. So, and one of the excuses that was given was that, hey, we're beginning to make some form of progress and we cannot rush into bringing the NPR down completely, or maybe like 2.50%, because we still need to make some form of yields and get some form of advantage to consolidate the recent economic reforms that the current administration has engaged in. Look at all those sort of stories, but let's intimate our viewers what we will be looking at today. Okay. In today's edition of Souk Business Landscape, we will reveal a market that is characterized by a strong governmental focus on macroeconomic stability and growth, significant infrastructure-related challenges like fuel distribution and aviation capacity. We'll look at the ambitious digital transformation efforts on a parking management initiative by the Lagos State government and a concerted drive towards regional integration and intra-African trade by way of Air Tanzania, having some form of direct flight from Lagos to that country. We'll look at DAPPMAN and DANGOTE. They made it to get into the news, but we also move internationally. We will navigate the complex bilateral trade relationships with major global partners like the United States, marked by negotiation over tariffs and the energy security in South Africa and India. These are the stories we tend to look at.
Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, buying equipment for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn something, see something. This is business nice.
First of all, be rebranded.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, buying equipment for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is business nice.
The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the Eko greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, Souk Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history. An important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, where the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Atombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street
remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk enlightenment.
Because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, buying equipment for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is Souk business landscape.
Good morning to you once again and welcome to Souk Business Landscape. Now let's jump into our first story for the day. Vice President Kashim Shettima has said Nigeria is targeting annual economic growth of at least 7% anchored on macroeconomic stability, higher productivity and strategic investments in infrastructure, healthcare, agriculture and education. Shettima stated this on Tuesday during a series of high-level bilateral engagements on the sidelines of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York. He represented President Bola Tinubu at the Global Forum. According to him, Nigeria's growth drive is underpinned by ongoing reforms under the Renewed Hope agenda, which are aimed at improving the investment climate, boosting competitiveness and raising living standards. The Vice President also called for stronger ties between Nigeria and Namibia, stressing the need for deeper collaboration in trade, investment and energy to advance prosperity across Africa. Shettima assured partners that Nigeria remains committed to building an inclusive, resilient economy capable of meeting both national and continental development goals. Yes, and I was not surprised when recently we were told, we saw in the news when President Bola Tinubu told the Vice President to go represent the nation and the presidency in the 80th United Nations General Assembly. And if we can look at it very well, economic-wise, a 7% growth is classified as the high and transformative direction necessary for fast-growing development or developing economies like Nigeria to make a significant dent in poverty and unemployment. This will mean that the goal is explicitly anchored on macroeconomic stability, suggesting the government recognizes the fiscal and monetary policy discipline, managing inflation. Exchange rate stability is a prerequisite for sustainable high growth, not an outcome. So 7%, that's quite high, and I wanted to say one thing that is significantly, well recognized or seen, perceived in this administration is the goals they set for themselves. The goal the administration set for itself is quite high. And even when we start looking at the goals and we talk about the $1 trillion economy that Mr. President had talked about, for some analysts said that we are already working or operating or running an economy that is beyond 7%, and that is beyond the $1 trillion at the moment. It's just that some of the areas where we need to really look at to make a very, very objective and good assessment of it, that we've not really done that $1 trillion economy, if that's our aspiration. Okay, at the moment we have joining us on the program with someone that is not new to you, Ayunuba Paul. Welcome, many thanks for joining us on the program this morning.
Thank you for having me. Good morning, Souk News, and good morning all the people listening to us from all over the world. It's good to be here once again.
Yeah. Good morning to you, Benga. And we have Swift here, adhering to the studio. She's saying hello to you. But before you came in, we're talking about the 7% increase, the 7% GDP growth that Mr. Vice President went, and some of the growth that we are looking or aspiring to experience in agriculture, in healthcare, and in other sectors or industries within the country. So let me have a swift take before we come to you, Mr. Olubenga.
Okay, so during the election process, you know, we had 3 candidates, and then everybody didn't understand why I was a little sentimental about Mr. President now. And I said something. I said he's an economist. In Nigeria, we need a restructuring, and it's like what Awolowo did back in the day. Because he is an economist, there are certain things that can go on and that you can see. Now, the economy, the whole world is saying Nigeria is taking the right steps, although a lot of Nigerians are angry because, you know, these right steps take their time. Recently, there was a lot of rain and there was flooding, and so a friend of mine passed through this Calabar Expressway. You know, there's a way you pass through it and you go all the way back down to Jakonde. And then she was like, there is so much progress on this road, because she is not a renewed hope fan. But she was like, she had to acknowledge that there is so much progress on this road. And she said something, she said, you cannot take it away from this particular administration. There's a lot of infrastructural development. Can we do more? Yes. When we started with the trillion, when the renewed hope agenda said there was going to be a $1 trillion economy, you know, that's what we're looking at. People felt it was impossible. But right now, they are literally hitting the target. And it looks like if they continue, we should be able to even make it 3 trillion. Why? They've put the right things in place. Once there's infrastructural growth, there's good taxation, which a lot of people are scared of. It automatically means that the nation can move forward. Like I tell people, no nation exists without effective taxation. Taxation is the way that roads are built, hospitals are maintained, schools are taken to the next level. And like the Vice President said, a lot of things are being put in place for us to see this 7% GDP. Can it be better? Do we need more? Do we need the government to go 100 times better than what we are right now? Yes, because we need a lot of growth in the economics. We need growth, more growth in the market, more growth in the health sector. We need more growth in the financial institutions. The other day we were talking about the insurance sector, that the money's there is not even enough to back up a ship, because most of our insurance companies, when you look at the wealth they have, their assets, it's not enough. But can we do more? Are we taking the right steps in the right directions? To me, yes.
Okay. Mr. Paul Olubenga, now, some of the critical areas that the Vice President mentioned, borders on healthcare, agriculture, infrastructure development, education, and some other sectors, industries. So there is this thing that we know, if we are going to hit that 7% mark or aspiration that the current administration has set for itself, there's going to be a heavy dependence on public-private partnership. Do you see us making progress in that terrain?
We're already making a lot of giant strides in that terrain. I think what the administration is doing is aiming for the star, and if perhaps they fail, they will probably land on the moon. And that is what I think they are doing. But realistically, 7%, I do not see it happening without padding the book. Don't forget that there is a realistic 7% and there is a padding the book 7% that anybody can do just to say, oh, we have hit our target. But whilst I'm skeptical about meeting 7%, I'm sure they can do something like 4.5%, 5% at the end of the day, which is still a very good growth rate. I mean, during Goodluck Jonathan time, when we had almost our highest growth rate, we were doing 6% thereabouts. And if you check most economies across the world in the last 100 years, you will see that only very few people or very few emerging economies do maybe 7%, 10%, and I think one of the 12% that we had at one time. But normally, economic growth in most places around the world between 2, 3, 4, 5% in most places. All the other places where you see government padding their books and padding their number, at the end of the day, they also came back crashing as fast as they pretend to go up. But what I think we need to do, like Swift has said about the $1 trillion economy we are talking about, I don't think that we are targeting $1 trillion economy. I think we already have a $1 trillion economy. It's just that major aspect of the $1 trillion economy is in the informal sector that are not properly captured in the economic data out there. And because many of these informal economy are cash backed, so the data is not reflecting. Say, for example, even up till today, if you want to buy cows and sheep in some farm up north, you have to go with cash. And so you see traders going with as much as 30 million naira cash, 50 million naira cash, 100 million naira cash to go and make these purchases. And the people whom they are selling it to, they are rotating the cash without it going back into the banking system. So, and you see, all those different aspects of the economy are not properly captured in the economic data. So, if you capture all those ones, I believe that we might be in the $1 trillion economy already, or very close to it if we are not there, if all these are captured. So I believe what the government is doing is to be able to capture everybody and bring everybody into the tax net so that we can be able to grow. But I do not see this government achieving anything if there is no proper cooperation and coordination with the state governments. The state governments are making a lot of money now from the subsidy removal excess fund that is getting to them, but we do not see this progress or largesse from the federal government cascading down to the people at the state level. For example, while the federal government is taking on massive road infrastructure in all the dilapidated federal roads, the state governments are doing very little to match up, with the exception of maybe Lagos State and maybe one or two other states. I don't know now that Rivers governor is back, maybe with Rivers State in addition. But what you will see is that most roads leading to the economic nerve centers of each state are abandoned. In few cases where the state government do roads, they do white elephant project roads, roads that are in the main street where people coming from other city center will be able to see and hail the governor. But for most agrarian community, for most mining community, for other communities that are doing other businesses, in remote areas, manufacturing, value addition to agricultural products, they don't have roads leading to their places, making cost of doing work, more expensive. So until we have state governments doing more roads or more, not just roads, providing healthcare facility and education and infrastructure so that people can stay in the rural centers, because everything they are looking for in the urban center is also available for them in the rural center. We might not see this progress they are trying to achieve will only be on paper, but in reality, we might not see it. And it may not necessarily be the fault of the federal government. It is probably the fault of both the state and the local government, because now no state has any excuse, no local government has any excuse not to perform, not to bring the dividend of democracy closer to their people. So I believe that if there is proper synergy, we will get this, high percentage of economic growth that they are targeting. And even if we don't get 7%, we'll get close to 7%, which is still a win for the nation.
Mr. Gbenga. Now, before I come back to Swift adhering to, let me quickly pose this to you before I come to her. Now, do remember that the G20 meeting that was held in 2023, I think that was that time when the current administration has just been sworn in, and we could see the motivation in the move and in the gait of Mr. President of trying to go around the world to meet some of the big players, some of the big economies in the world to attract some form of investment commitments into Nigeria. And I remember vividly Mr. President went to the G20 meeting in 2023 in India, where at the sideline of that conversation, he had conversation with some of the biggest investors and multinationals in India and gained about $14.3 billion investment commitment from Indian businessmen to Nigeria. Some of the questions that current economists or current pundits will be asking is that where has this, have we gone beyond securing the investment commitment to actual investment, where, because we're supposed to see that in power, in infrastructure, including defense. Do you think we've finally gotten that yet?
I think with some of the news that have been filtering out since 2024 of renewed cooperation and expansion of India-owned corporation in Nigeria, I believe that is already happening. You know, people might choose not to see it. People might decide to choose what they want to see and have selective amnesia to say they're not seeing this or that. I don't want to be mentioning company names so that it do not look like advert, but we have seen quite a few Indian-owned organizations expand their operations in Nigeria, expand their footprints in Nigeria, and I believe that is an offshoot of that meeting that you spoke about. And don't forget that India has always been a major economic partner with Nigeria for a long time, and they enjoy working with Nigeria compared to many other places. And Nigerian own industry also love working with Indians. But can we do more? And you know, some of these things take time. If you come around Ogun State, if you are going from um, Shagamu to Abeokuta, you will see a lot of industries springing up. I'm not talking about the ones already existing pre 2023. I'm talking about new ones that are springing up post 2023 on both sides, on the Lagos Ibadan Expressway, as if you are going to Ogiri. You will see a lot of new industry, not the already existing one, because a lot of people will say they have all this industry there. But I'm not talking about, I don't want to mention a specific industry name, but there are new ones springing up everywhere. Even in my own village, I see a lot of new investments coming in and industry coming in, and you can't divorce them from some of these strategic meeting and posturing of Mr. President in some of these international meeting like G20 meeting and all the rest of them. And don't forget that the swagger with which Mr. President is working is not something that is forming or is just posting a front. The Mr. President has always been a workaholic. Did you know that right from when he left office as governor of Lagos State in 2007 till the time he became president in 2023, he has always worked till 2, 3, 4 a.m. most times, you know, despite him not being governor. I remember a time in, was it 2018, when I followed someone to his house in Bodilon. We got there around 5 a.m. in the morning so that, you know, our name can be on the queue and we'll be able to see him in time. We didn't get to see him until around 1 a.m. the following day. And where we sat down, because they're not born you well to move. If you move before you come back, maybe that's when you would have been called. We saw people coming in and out, you know, coming in and out, holding strategic talk. It was when, I don't know, we were just lucky because he came out around that 1 a.m. and he said, you people are still here. Oh yeah, he called the person I came with and said, oh yeah, come in. And that was how we're able to meet at 1 a.m. And we've been there since 5 a.m. the previous day, him receiving this. So this energy rubs off on the nation now that he's the president. And of course, a lot of the people he is meeting with, presidents of nations today, are strategic partners with him, some of them in their days as ministers in their country before they became president in their country also. Some of them as envoys in their country before they became president in their country. So they know who Asiwaju Bola Tinubu is, and that alone gives them enough confidence to want to work with Nigeria, knowing fully well that whatever they want to get done can be gotten done within this window where we have somebody who is a go-getter in office.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Paul. So Swift,
yes.
One of the things, it's quite an ambitious task, though Mr. Benga had been quite moderate when he said, if we are going to achieve that, 7% is a bit on the high side, but if he sees on meeting up at least between 4 and 5%, I think is, for me, I think that's where I think we should be. Well, he said we aim for the stars. So
I was about to say that if you cannot shoot for the stars, then you cannot
one thing
accomplish. Yes.
That we must get right is power.
Yes.
Because if we're looking at industrialization and we're looking at meeting all these targets, without power, we will not go anywhere.
But let's be
industrialization
real.
will become
Power is actually good. I don't know about other states, but I know about Edo, I know about Lagos. Mike Aremu just came in from the UK and we're talking, and he said, where I am living, and they haven't shut down the lights. He said even when they took it, in less than 5 minutes it was brought. In average communities in Lagos, Nigeria, I stand to be corrected, people have at least 18-hour power. The ones who are not on the band A and the band B have between 10 to 7, which is very fair. There was a time that if you were in the Ikoyis or Ibru area, you were seeing 7-hour lights, and that was seen as good. And so you cannot take it away, but I told him something. I said, yes, as much as it is good, you must realize that during the raining seasons, because there's more water and the dam is working more, there seems to be a lot of power. Now, when you know if the power sector is actually working, is during the dry season. But we saw it in September, we saw it in November, December, January, that there was quite steady light to a large extent in a lot of places, except when there was power crash. Where I want to come from is I want to come from the inflation rates. How well are we tackling the inflation rate? And I want to ask you this question. Do you think that, because of course for now, dollar has become very steady. In the last 6 months, dollar has been steady, which has helped. But there's still, an inflation rate. Do you think the inflation rate is part of the things that is affecting and shaking this 7% GDP growth that is making it look like, can we really accomplish it? Secondly, when you put out policies, do you think implementation, because it's very easy to put out policies, we have seen good policies in the past, do you think implementation in this administration is actually doing well? I'm just asking you, Priye.
Well, I see that question as rhetorical because you are responding to a few issues that have to do with power. But
not just power, because there are some things that we have talked about. Yes, like Benga was talking about taxation. Some people are not yet, like the state government now. The federal government is giving them money, a lot of money. And everybody is realizing that their state governors, during this flooding, we are seeing bad roads. We are seeing health care people going on strike within the state. Now, not federal, now state hospitals. Do you think that there's more for implementation the federal government can do to move? Because if federal government is moving and the state governments are not moving and the local governments are not moving, then it looks as if nothing is being done, because until the common man starts to feel the impact.
There are economic jurisdictions that apply to federal, states, and local governments. So within the jurisdiction that applies to the federal government, and if the federal government is taking away about 52% of the allocation that comes from the Revenue Mobilization Allocation and Fiscal Commission, from every sort of money that both the federal, state, and local government need to divide, and the federal government is taking about 52%. Of course, more is on the shoulders of the federal government. And if we are going to get to El Dorado, then we should be looking at where the federal government is not, when you say create the atmosphere, the right ecosystems for businesses to thrive. It includes power, but I also think that power is very, very critical for us to really experience industrialization, and not the kind of power that an average company that needs to produce or to manufacture a certain product will be spending a monthly about 3 million naira monthly to pay about 3 million or 6 million naira
because as of 2018,
I
I used to work at Ilukpeju, and my office, it was a 6 million naira per month, and we were a media industry. And when we complained to the power people, they told us that, oh, we are not paying much because Nestle was not far from us, and we had almost 10 industry there. Benga knows this place, a lot of Indian industries there, and they were like, some of them are paying 18 million per month, 10 million per month. How
do you expect if they are going to be paying 18 million, if any manufacturing enterprise or venture is going to be paying 18 million naira or thereabout per month, where do you think they are going to get back their money? Because that's on power alone. Because if we are to combine all the overheads, how are they going to be able to survive in business? And if for them to be survive in business, they are providing employment. If they are providing employment, they will need to pay their staff. And if they are paying their staff, they will need to sell those products in the country. And if they are going to sell those products in the country, they are going to get back that money back from the people whom they are selling the products to, and so it falls on the shoulder of the last consumer. But I think Mr. Lubenga wants to say something about this. Or where do you think we're heading? Okay, so if we're going to, if the final consumer is going to be bearing the brunt,
which always happens at the end.
Yes, but it always happens. But some of the policies, every policy of government needs to put this into consideration.
Yes.
And because if we did not put this into consideration, all the reforms, economic reforms, all the good blueprint and master plans that we think the government is churning out that will come and alleviate poverty or pull people out of the squalor, it's going to pan out to nothing, because some of these organizations that we are talking about might have to retrench workers.
Yes.
Excuse me. And if they have to retrench workers, it doesn't look like we're making some form of progress.
That hits back to the economy. Yes.
Yes, it hits back to the economy. So all these are some of the minor considerations that we must give to our conversation. But I don't want us to dwell too much on it. But before we leave this story, I want to know if Mr. Agbenga Yunuba had his final take on this story before we go to the next. Okay. Now move to our next story. The Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPPMAN, has called on Dangote Refinery to embrace an open-door supply policy that guarantees fair access to top petroleum products at competitive prices. DAPPMAN spokesperson Ikem Ohaya stressed that partnership with the refinery would strengthen fuel availability nationwide and eliminate queues at filling stations. He dismissed claims of conflict between the association and Dangote Refinery, noting that marketers were only seeking collaboration that benefits consumers. He explained that while the refinery emergence as the dominant supplier was a welcome development, challenges remain around access and pricing. DAPPMAN maintained that fair distribution and transparent pricing were vital to ensuring the refinery's potential translates into lasting relief for Nigerians. Now, when DAPPMAN was talking about that they were not having, that the conflict is not meant, it's not a way to curtail or stifle Dangote's refineries, new innovation of trying to reach that. But he was talking about transparency and pricing and stability. So I'm trying to look for the right words, because this fight started, and where we are currently, the last time we heard from Dangote was telling DAPPMAN to go to court if they felt that there's something not right in the process. And now they're coming out to settle that. There's no need for that. But Dangote's move of trying to reach every nook and cranny in Nigeria by bringing down those 4,000 trucks.
Yes, CGM trucks.
CGM trucks.
Which is cheaper.
To reach out
global
to
standards.
all the nooks and crannies in by way of supply is a good innovation. But is this sustainable?
So the first question you must understand, which I always tell people about Dangote and a lot of businessmen, private businessmen especially, you see when it's government, you can push it away. But when it's private, you are here to make money. Don't forget, Dangote has investors who have invested trillions of dollars in this refinery. And it means good or bad, the refinery must work, number one. Number two, he must make profit. Now, so when NUPENG came and raised their head and all these people, they did a sit down with them for a meeting. And inside information said when Dangote's people were coming, they brought lawyers. So when NUPENG came and, they were saying the lawyers were giving them facts. You cannot force anybody to be a member of your association. It must be willing. Those are the facts. You cannot force an organization to force their members to be a member, because what NUPENG went there for was Dangote must mandate all drivers. That was their initial plan, to be members. So the legal framework says this is what the constitution of the country says. You can't force your staff to be a member of any association. It is not your duty to even propel. The only thing you can do is create a conducive environment for your staff. And so they were shot in the leg. They were checkmated. Now they have recalled and they are coming back to say, please be fair. What I expect NUPENG and DAP to be saying is putting pressure on the federal government to give out more licenses for refineries. Because if there are more refineries, then there will be competition. You see, the problem with these people is they think in a very small box. They are big fishes in a small pond. They are not thinking out. What NUPENG is supposed to be fighting for is competition.
It's actually DAPPMAN.
DAPPMAN. Yeah. DAPPMAN and NUPENG too have been talking, because Dangote he granted an interview last week that was like a fireball when he said NUPENG collects at least 50,000 naira from truck drivers daily. And if you calculate that, it's going to include pricing of fuel and diesel. And this is why they are upset that his own drivers, because he's like, it is my refinery. You cannot determine prices as an organization by collecting a certain amount. So automatically, once you collect a certain amount, it's economics, like what we talk about. Once you collect, then the trajectory means that automatically, if you collect 50,000 naira, the driver is going to factor in. Now, the Nigerian factor is you don't factor in the 50,000 naira, you factor in 100 or 150K. And so, who bears the brunt? The end users. And so Dangote is saying no. The refinery has been very transparent, like what happens in Europe and other countries, where what the loading cost is publicized. Also, Dangote he does to the extent where it factors in what if, after we supply you, if you add maybe, let's say, 2 naira or 5 naira on each liter, the benchmark you should sell at, which is what he has told, which is what he's saying. When I supply you, there should be a benchmark, which has helped some products. There are certain products that the amount is on the bottle, is on the sachets, that he's going for this. They have already factored in supply. So as an end user, when you buy this product, maybe they sell to you at 180 or 170. They expect you not to sell for more than 200. Okay. Good or bad, you make it. That's what Dangote is doing. So he has curbed the excesses of certain people. Now, I expect these certain people, if they are smart, to go back to the drawing board. What is the drawing board? The drawing board is, can we pull competition for this man? Because guess what? Fuel prices, now, what they are saying is they are afraid of Dangote taking over the system and making it a monopoly. Yes, we are afraid. We don't want one man running fuel supply in Nigeria alone, which is what he's looking at, because the federal government's 3 refineries are not working. And until they start working, Dangote remains the alpha and omega when it comes to petroleum products. In Nigeria, he's also exporting. So he's also internationally recognized at this point. He's a force.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So, Mr. Lugbenga, now, the bickering or the back and forth between DAPPMAN and Dangote, the Nigerians seem to be the ones who are going to be enjoying, the fruit of it. For some, they will not want the fight or the conflict or the crisis to stop. Is it the fear of Dangote, or is it the fear of the monopolistic power, monopolistic tendencies DAPPMAN or NUPENG felt that is wielding at this point in time, that it will get to a level where it cannot be challenged anymore? Or what's your perspective in the issue?
Well, this issue is quite different from NUPENG issue. The NUPENG issue, like Swift have rightly said, they have been checkmated, put in their place. and they were not out in the interest of the people right from time. But in the case of DAPMAN issue, there are underlying stories that if you don't unravel it or understand it, you will think they are just rabble rousers. Yes, it is true that depot owners were importing fuel before Dangote refinery came in, so they had the monopoly. That monopoly had been taken away from them by Dangote. And now the landing cost of fuel, if they bring it in, they will not be able to compete favorably with Dangote. And even if they were to compete with Dangote, because Dangote is the owner of his product and he gets his thing done locally here, he can decide to crash the price if not for anything, just to run them out of business. And we have been seeing that happening a lot in the last 6 months, 1 year, and that has made a lot of company run at loss. Do you know that every time Dangote crashes fuel by maybe 20 naira, for example, overnight, the people who already have not don't even go to that man now. Talk about the small retail station owner who bought from Dangote. Somebody bought fuel from Dangote yesterday now at price A, and Dangote decided to crash the price without warning to price B. And that person, the landing cost, let's say, for example, he bought the fuel at 845 depot price, and the landing cost in his filling station is 865 naira. And so he is selling at maybe 890. And Dangote now crash price to maybe he bought in the morning, Dangote crash price in the evening to 820. And which means those who bought in the evening at 820, their landing cost in their filling station will be around 845, and so those ones can sell for 865. The man who bought in the morning for 845 from the same Dangote has lost out about 20 naira per liter, because you won't see where they are saying 860 and then go to a place that is selling for 890, except there is an issue of trust with those who are selling 820. And this fight or bickering back and forth between them before now has always been about running them out of business so that he can take total control of the industry, and that is their fear. Then the other important aspect that people are not talking about is that Dangote cousin is the owner of MRS. In fact, Dangote probably owns a large chunk of MRS too, but his brother, Sayu Dantata, his cousin, owns MRS. And so they get first preference to buy. And because MRS has about, I think they have about 450 filling stations in the nation as at the last count. I know they were busy acquiring a lot more. So in the last 6 months or 1 year, the number would have increased. But I know they have about 450 filling stations. So what that means is that MRS can easily buy 10 million, 20 million liters to distribute to those stations at once. And those who are buying at that bulk price are getting further price relief. So if he is selling to everybody else for maybe 820 depot price, there is a further reduction for the volume buyers whereby they can buy as low as maybe 810, and therefore giving them undue advantage. And so many of these depot owners also have filling stations. Some of them have 10 filling stations, 20 filling stations, 50 filling stations. I don't want to mention it. A few popular ones among them have about 150, 100 filling stations. And so they find it hard to be able to compete because of these advantages that Dangote is giving families in the business. And so it gives them a cause for concern that, okay, you have made it impossible for us to import fuel from out of the country. But now that we want to buy from you, give us level playing field so that MRS, that is your brother, will not have undue advantage over us. I think that is what DAPPMAN is shouting about. But a lot of people decide to be intentionally silent on that aspect of the story so that it will seem that DAPPMAN is all evil, all bad. No, and I think DAPPMAN has a right to shout because you can't just ask them to disband their tank farm overnight. Even if they are going to transition into other businesses and all the rest, it will take time. And so you have to give them a level playing field so that if you are selling for if you are selling to MRS, for example, at 810, sell to DAPPMAN too at 810, so that instead of all truck queuing up in your tank farm that will cause a lot of logistical issues, traffic issues. People look. If you sell to DAPPMAN at 810, they too can decide to sell for the same depot price of 820 that you are selling, or even if they sell for 825. Some drivers, some filling station owner will consider the number of time they will spend on the queue at Dangote, and they will say it is just 5 naira now, and they will say, okay, for me to get my product for time, let me go and buy from this other person. And I believe that is what they are asking for, and I think it is doable by Dangote. So it is not that they are all bad or seeking their own. Nobody will want his business to just go down the drain overnight.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Paul, before we move away from this story, who do you think can come to meddle or to intervene in this case between the DAPPMAN and the Dangote, to listen to both sides and to bring them on the negotiation table so they can have a conversation or compromise from both parties so that we can have a smooth ride? Do you think the NNPCL, or do you think any institution can come to do that?
I think it's more of a job for the Minister of Petroleum and the Minister of Trade and Investment to be able to mediate this thing, because what it does is that if they do not mediate it appropriately, other foreign investors who want to invest in the Nigerian markets would also be skeptical. And that is why the Minister of Trade and Investment also needs to come in, join hands with the Minister or the Ministry of Petroleum to see, because I don't know all the law that has to do with supply and demand in the petrol sector 100%. But I know that there are moral codes, even among thieves, that they should operate by, that will make it a win-win for everyone at the end of the day. So I believe the earlier the ministries come in, and they must come in not in trying to dictate to Dangote, but in trying to appeal and make them see the greater benefits for the nation. Because even if you give DAPPMAN a level playing field or other players comes in, it will still not stop your wealth from growing in leap and bound. You have already done what needs to be done. That is Dangote. So I believe that they should come in, and also in time, so that it will send signal to other foreign investors who may want to come in. It may not even be in the petroleum sector, but other sector in the Nigerian industry, that their business.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Benga really threw light on this issue, because I know he works hand in hand with some of these petrol. He has worked for one or two of the biggest petroleum companies in Nigeria. So he was able to understand the DAPPMAN issue better. I totally agree with him that, yes, so that there can be competition, there can be level playing competition. I also knew about the MRS thing, which is Dan Tata owned. And of course, it was Dan Tata who, when NUPENG people went and gave an instruction to all his tanker drivers to take off the NUPENG stickers they have. That, look, I bought these tankers. If NUPENG wants their stickers on any tanker, they should buy. And that was the first fear of NUPENG immediately after the meeting. But of course, when they said since the agreement it was too late, because they are not stakeholders anymore in the industry. Now, there is something he has said, which I agree with. DAPPMAN needs to But like I said, they should be pushing for more because they must see the bigger picture. How do we checkmate somebody who seems to hold all the cards now? Dangote holds all the cards. He owns a refinery. His brother owns it. His brother owns one of the biggest filling stations that has almost all the branches all over Nigeria. He can supply. Depots are now going to be run out of business because they can do one-on-one supplies. They are using CNG and trucks, 4,000. How can you compete with this man? You can only compete with him if there is another refinery.
Okay.
And so they need to be pushing for it. They need to beg stakeholders in the industry because even as Nigerians, it is not safe for one man to have all this. Yes, with Dangote, we haven't had fuel shortage in a while. Things have been going well. But I do not, the fight they are fighting, I think they need to be pushing, do you understand, for other refineries, smaller local refineries that can, supply certain areas, then bigger refineries like Dangote that can export and supply the whole of Nigeria.
Okay, lastly, Mr. Benga, before we go on a break, do you remember that this Naira, crude for Naira deal that the government had with Dangote and with other local refiners, including some other bigger brands like I think it's BUA that is building a refinery somewhere in the southern part of the country. Do you think they are also looking at this dynamics and they're exercising fear like you've muted? Or do you think they are going to also have their way and play big in the sense that they could come with their own cards to disrupt the system?
Well, I don't see them playing big. I see that anything they want to do now is a bit late, and they don't have the financial muscle. And going by the antecedents of Dangote, that any industry he gets into, he runs everybody out of the business. Before Dangote came into cement industry in Nigeria, there was another company that was the biggest industry in cement. Dangote almost ran them out of business. I mean, the foreign partner had to sell a large chunk of their shares and exit because of the dirty tactics and with the government patronage and backing with which they were being run out of business. And these unfair practices, will not help matter. The same thing in the sugar industry. So, and I think this heightens the fear of those who want to compete also. Don't forget that before Dangote came in, a lot of people like Ibeto and this other guy, what's his name, AJAOKUTA site company, ICO, they've all tried their hands on this refinery thingy, and they were not successful because of certain factors that I would not like to go into. So I don't see them being able to. The only person that I believe will be able to face him, manpower for manpower, money for money, religion for religion, tribe for tribe, is Rabiu Bua. Because I mean there is no sentimental approach you want to use that Bua does not also have the same advantage. They are both from Kano. They are both from the old money class of Kano and all the rest. So, and that is why you see that basically it's only Bua that has been successfully surviving where Dangote kills off other competitors. For the Naira for crude swap, I don't see that having any serious effect yet because a lot of our crude have been sold in the futures market during Buhari's time. So, and I think many of those futures market contracts will expire almost in the second term or middle of second term of Asiwaju if he gets a second term ticket. And therefore, the hands of NNPC, NURPC have been tied down with those deals that sold our crude oil in the futures market. You have to supply those people first. It is whatever is left out of it that you can now supply them. And that is why you see Dangote always looking elsewhere, like the US and other places, to import his crude when the crude supplied to him could not meet up. But if they are able to eventually, finish with this trade, the futures market trade, and they are able to consider local refiners first, and it is Naira for crude swap, I think it will have a lot of effect, marginal effect on the price of food. But will that effect be cascaded down to the masses? If there is no competition in the industry by that time, I don't think that effect will be felt by the masses. But if there is enough competition in the industry, I think the players will be forced to do right, and because they want to survive and make profits too. So that is what I feel will happen.
Thank you so much, Benga, Olubenga Yenuwa. Now, let's go on a break. By the time we return from this break, we'll take a look at other stories. But first of all, we'll be looking at Lagos and traffic management and how this, pan to economic benefit and aid businesses in the state. We'll go on a break. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, why educating for their staff. Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is soup business landscape.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule, it's surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of lock-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, Souk Enlightenment.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants.
For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
First of all, the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, why keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Welcome back again. Many thanks for joining us on the program, Souk Business Landscape. Now we move over to our next story. Passenger traffic at Abuja and Port Harcourt airports reached 6.67 million in 2024, according to fresh data from the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria, FAN. Figures obtained showed that Abuja Airport handled 5.48 million passengers, while Port Harcourt Airport processed 1.19 million during the year. The data also revealed that Abuja Airport recorded 77,909 aircraft movements in 2024, underscoring its role as one of Nigeria's busiest aviation hubs. FAN, which manages and operates the country's federal airports, has in recent years embarked on terminal upgrades and service improvements to boost passenger experience and expand capacity. Industry analysts noted that the rising traffic volumes highlight steady growth in domestic and regional connectivity, though challenges such as infrastructure gaps and high operating costs remain hurdles for this sector. Swift.
Yes.
The upgrade of infrastructure and before I go to the upgrade of infrastructure and how these airports serve as gateway into the regions, the north central, the northeast, the southern part of the country, the southeast, the southwestern part of the country, how these airports facilitate trade.
Yes.
And the fact that Abuja alone is experiencing 5.58 million passenger movement is, we are heading somewhere very, very great. However, one thing we must consider is that most of these travels are either cargo or boosts in economic movement. What's your perspective?
Okay, so I had the privilege of being at the airport. I think Saturday, Sunday, I was at the Isaac Balami Aviation School. So there's an aviation school in Nigeria now approved by the government. What they do is they fix our aircrafts. In fact, they do work on the president's aircraft and a couple of other aircraft. So when your aircraft has issues, instead of trying to fly it out of the country or bringing in engineers, these people have been trained. They are trained, so they fix your aircraft. So I was there, and it's at the other side of the runway. So I was watching private jets, planes take off, and this taking off was happening every 5 minutes. You know, the Minister of Aviation had complained about the fact that our runways, the infrastructure, our runways are not large enough to have 2-3 planes taking off at the same time. So you are seeing one plane landing, and you are timing, because there's a timing. They give you, I think, a 5 to 7 minutes for each plane to land and for each plane to take off. Then, of course, when they land, there's a place they go to. So you are just watching planes like cars. They are just going slowly to go and park, so they're ready to take off. And, of course, the first thing that comes is development of infrastructure. We need more infrastructure. Even in Lagos, and they claimed, I think they said Lagos is even bigger than Abuja. Okay? So if Lagos Airport is bigger than Abuja Airport, and we are seeing planes having to queue and wait to take off, then you can imagine what is happening in Abuja. Right now in Abuja, you can now do your international travel. Before, it only used to be in Lagos. So that's what's creating more congestion over there.
Okay, let's
that's
say traffic.
Traffic over there. That's causing traffic because people are also traveling. So you're not just seeing local flights alone, you're seeing international and local flights. Also, you must understand that Abuja is a hub. Many times if you are leaving Lagos, sometimes you don't get a direct flight from Lagos to Kano. You get more flights from Abuja to Kano, Abuja to Sokoto, Abuja to so from the north, it's also a place where Abuja is also a place where you get to other northern places than. So someone living in Lagos cannot just take a straight flight to Kano. You need to stop down in Abuja, then from there you go. This has also created a kind of traffic, air traffic. So you cannot, the government needs to do more. We need to look at building new airports.
Building new airports.
Building new airports. There was a time that they wanted to build a second airport, or they are building the second airport at Lekki. There was an administration that sabotaged it in one of the Lagos State governors that was. Because some people were afraid that some people in the helm of affairs, some people in the airport industry were feeling if there's another airport, it means that what they are getting from here will be reduced. Okay, some school of thought said. And so that project was sabotaged. But they were not looking at the bigger picture. Right now, they are now complaining that sometimes you have 20 planes waiting for takeoff, which is delaying passengers' money because they are private jets too. I saw a lot of private jets. So it is just infrastructure. There is no reason why there cannot be 2-3 airports in Abuja. That's your federal capital.
Okay, so
yes.
When we talk about airport infrastructure upgrade, we've seen some time ago where the Honorable Minister Festus Keyamo, before his administration there too, we've seen how so many hangars were required to be built in some of the major federal airports across the country. But let me come to you, Oluwagbenga. Now, why do you think we're making progress? Though one of the performing ministers of the current administration, most people see him as one of those who are really putting the administration in the limelight. But do you see this, that somewhere you think we are making progress, but we could do better, or do you think we have met your expectation?
Well, compared to where we are coming from, you can say we are making progress. But compared to our status as the giants of Africa, I do not think we can celebrate yet and say we are making progress if we are a serious nation. Because if you look at the number, Lagos airport does 6.5 million passengers in 2024. Then Abuja did 5.4 million passengers in 2024. Port Harcourt did 1.69. Now, the only places with other economic superpower in Africa that we did better than is maybe Ghana, which is a very tiny fraction of our population. Ghana Accra Airport did 827,000 passengers in 2024. But if you look at Nairobi Airport, they did about 12.8 million in 2024. Johannesburg Airport did about 12.67 million. Then Cairo International Airport did 28 million passengers in that same 2024. And all of these nations, we are bigger than them by population. So it shows to you that we are not anywhere at all near where we should be. And that is just one airport. So if you put Lagos 6.5 million side by side, we are doing half of what Kenya and Johannesburg is doing. We are doing like one quarter of what, or less than 1/4 of what Egypt is doing. And so if you look at it from that perspective, it is not time to celebrate it yet. But if you look at from the perspective of where we are coming from with the previous administration, well, you can say, okay, things are getting better. And for things to get better, it is not about having 2-3 airports in one location. It's about upgrading infrastructure, expanding infrastructure where necessary, and in some places, thinking out of the box. Say, for example, there is a city in China, I think Chongqing or Chengdu, where when you think you are on the first floor, I mean, there are filling stations on maybe 22nd floor of the city. There are airports on maybe 20 something, 30 something floor of the city. On the 6th and 7th floor, there are train stations there. That is thinking out of the box to get things done. But do we have the technological infrastructure to get it done? Do we have the political will to get such thing done? And if we do get such thing done, do we have the strategic trade partnership such that we have an open African sky, where a lot of other African nations can fly in and we can fly to other African nations directly without going to Europe first. Do you know that if you want to fly to maybe Kenya, for example, and there is no Kenya airway available, maybe you fly on Turkish airway, you have to go to Ankara in Turkey first before coming back to Kenya. So why is it that we can't have all these other African airway and a lot of partners? And that is what we see Tanzania Air trying to do recently with the Nigerian government partnership. And we must have more of this partnership. And I thought this was going to happen faster with the African trade. What's the name of that? Free-African. So we didn't. I thought that was going to happen faster that time, but we are not seeing that happening as fast as it should. When that happens, then the number of planes flying will be increased. Then they will be forced to increase the infrastructure, even if they don't want to. Also, queuing up is normal in any airport in the world. Singapore airport plane takes off almost every 20 seconds, and they have to queue up, time it to 20 seconds perfection. The same thing with Gatwick, the same thing with Heathrow. I think there is about 28 seconds, 30 seconds, gap between takeoff and landing of plane in many of those much more busy airports. And some of the people who do the work, the engineers, there are Nigerians among them. So it is not that we don't have the people to get the job done if we want to get the job done. It is, do we have the will as a government, as a people, do we really want to get it done so that we won't be celebrating just 5.4 million or 6.7 million, so that we'll be in the big league? Because if I can tell you that Cairo is doing 28 point something million in a year, so you can now imagine how much Singapore, that they are very fine airports, will be doing in a year. How much Heathrow will be doing in a year. How much JFK will be doing in a year. So we have a long way to go. We should be aiming to match the score of Cairo and then go beyond and match the score of New Delhi and other bigger places.
All right, thank you. But before I leave here, what do you think? Apart from Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, it looks as if there are no more businesses or business environments that can give growth, that can spur growth in other parts of the country. Delta State, in Kebbi State. What about, we have more than 36 states, including the Federal Capital Territory. And when we start mentioning states and airport viability or air travel viability, we only mention 4. What do you think is happening to others?
It's because demand is what determines supply. And if there are no demands for it in all of those places, or the demand is not enough. I mean, take, for example, Jalingo International Airport. I don't know whether they get up to 10 or 15 flights in a week. So, those 10, 15 flights, for it to be profitable, 2 or 3 airlines had to pull their people together. So if you fly flight A, B, and C, and all of you are going to Taraba, for example, they will drop all of you in Abuja, and then they will, it's just like, you know how Agberu will say, Ketu Ojota, and then they will get halfway and then put you in another bus because they are not getting to that destination they call actually in the first place. And that's how they do to survive, because the demand in those places, and you see the demand in those places can be increased. It is just that the challenge one is security. Many places where security has made it impossible for businesses to thrive, such that people can come in and come out. The Delta State example that you mentioned, I mean, Warri used to be one of the biggest places, just like Lagos, back in the 80s and even early 90s. But when they started kidnapping expatriates, when they started doing all this fighting here and there, and cultism being on the increase, and security of life and properties were not guaranteed, a lot of companies moved their capital or head office away from there to other safer places. So those are some of the challenges. And so the other challenge is that a lot of other people are not harnessing their potential. Look at Ogun State, for example. Now, Ogun State knew that if they want to play in the passenger traffic system, they will not be able to win or to match up. So they decided to do agro-cargo airport, which is fitting. So having done agro-cargo airport now, you will also see that they are developing a lot of industry around agricultural value chain that will need that airport. And by the time those industries are 100% functional, some of them are still operating at 60, 70% now. By the time they are operating at full 100%, and a lot of the new ones that are being built, I mean, if you go to Ilishon, Ikeru, to Ogulu axis, you will see a lot of new industry springing up as a result of that agro-cargo airport. Then that is how a sensible government develop. And so you must give kudos to Ogun State government for that one that they did, concerning the agro-cargo airport. And what they now need to do is to now encourage more, like a lot of our farm estates, the one in Ijebu, in Ijebu, the one at Imeko, we now need to encourage them. This one that they will be doing roads in the main cities centers, so that people coming from Lagos will see and give kudos to them. Meanwhile, the road leading to the villages and farm in Akora, in Yosu, that is the plantain and palm oil farm settlement in Ogun State. Then in Imeko, where we have this cashew nut plantation and other plantation plenty in those places. The government needs to do roads for those people, and it is the job of the state government to do roads for those people so that they can move their products out from the farm easily, and that is when there will be money for that agro-cargo airport. And if other states will replicate this, focus on your area of strength as a state. Take, for example, Ondo produces a lot of palm oil. They produces a lot of rubber. They used to produce a lot of rubber. They can go back to it. They can do a lot more along the value chain of the palm oil business, palm kernel oil, even the husk. They are all having their usefulness. This will help them to be able to, if they do an airport, for example, the Akure airport will become more useful, because then you can now do some, inter-trade. You don't need to come down all the way to Lagos before you move your product to Europe. If your product can fill up a plane, why not? Why come to Lagos? You just take it from Akure airport and off you go like that. And I think we need to liberalize the aviation sector more. This one that federal government hold the aviation sector. In countries like US, individuals used to have airports in their houses. Even though we can't compare US with Nigeria in the sense that one person in the US can own maybe 30,000 hectares of land, 40,000 hectares of land. So I mean, there is one big agricultural farm that I was watching their something documentary in the US. They have their airport in their farm. So the government will send their inspectors, like our own immigration and custom, to come and inspect what they are taking out of the farm to export to other places. But they don't need to drive all the way from that farm to one airport in far-flung place before they move their products out to any country in the world where they. And you know, many of these private jets that are flocking our and taking up spaces in our airports, many of their owners have capacity to have their own airport. Take, for example, Winners Cup wanted to have their airport sometimes ago now. It was all this politicking and sentiments about religion that made, I think they were blocked, because initially I think it was approved and then they were later blocked having it. Why should Winners need to be paying parking fee to the government if they can have their own airport in their city? The same thing many of the other big guys, or like there's this guy in the north, the owner of Max you know, he's into agriculture, he's a big man. He can comfortably have his own airport in his farm and be able to move his goods anywhere he wants safely. But you see, all of this putting something on exclusive list is stifling business, and these are some of the areas the government needs to look into. Democratize it, just like they democratize the oil sector and the telecom sector, so that we can have a fair playing field, and then the spaces available at our international airports will be useful, will be freer to be used by those international travelers who need it.
Right. Okay, so thank you so much.
I quickly need to add that.
Just a moment, let me sign him out.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Olugbenga, for your time with us. In fact, the last analysis you gave about the airport was quite enlightening and touching different aspects. Indeed, we should allow private individuals, though the government will need to put regulatory policies in place, not to stifle them, but also to put an eye so that it is not mismanaged or used for another purpose that will be detrimental to the nation's security. Thank you so much for your time with us, Olugbenga, for your very, very excellent analysis.
Thank you for having me.
You're very much welcome.
Bye, Benga.
Yes.
All right, so I quickly need to state here, Benga is right. I also want to tell you that the Legal Hotel Lagos Airport has a private
hangar, a private
they
landing.
have a private landing area. They have a mini airport, and they have an immigration service that clears you when you come in. So you can come in straight from US, Dubai, wherever, and you get there, you are cleared, and you walk right into your hotel. One church already has a private airport that has been approved by the federal government. I don't know how far it has gone thus far. So there are a couple of people that have, but many of these people and these businesses, it is hush-hush, because you know the way the Nigerian government is. So Nigeria is, they tell you if you broadcast it too much and too many people find out, it becomes an issue. So yes, there are some people. Can government do more? Like Benga said, yes, they should, instead of giving individuals, hotels, the federal government should be looking at giving, and churches, they should be looking at giving it to, like he said, farms, industries. I think the former administration missed these things. Why are you giving a church, approving a private airport for a church, when there are farms and there are industries that are going to run the nation that you haven't given? I just think it's a misplaced priority.
The private farms and all of, do they apply for one?
Many of them do, but you see, because of sentiments, what we are going to say is because of sentiments and politicking.
Okay, so I think we need to go. We have to
yes, I know we need to go.
The headline news will be, running in a few moments, and this is the right place for us to draw in the curtain. I'm Oyetolala. Good morning to you once again. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms, Asok News TV. Do have a splendid day ahead.
All right, I want to tell you that don't forget to buy Nigeria, grow Nigeria, be Nigerian. And if they tell you you can't do it, you can. My name is Swift Aderito. Have a wonderful day.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this, why to keep for their staff within this side, let's also learn something. See something. This is Soup Business Nice.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudiecenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudiecenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former Commissioner of Finance. I was a Commissioner of Finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a Commissioner of Finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed Commissioner of Finance. Still, I'm a Professor of Accounting in the university, but I double as a Commissioner of Taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end, from 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of the provision and then have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina, you have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill, but how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claims. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collected. Customs, let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made adequate provision to show that they know the moment this bill was passed into law, they don't have any power to collect revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should collect. Let them deal with their own responsibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the said Internal Revenue Service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the said revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring it, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigeria Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigeria Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved, and then of course patriotism to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that establish it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so, the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less, and it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seeing himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they are even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it, but with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the Accountant General against the Commissioner of Finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like this are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representatives into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problems between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, become a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, with the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot at the firing squad because of misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because that the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished, you may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affects everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for battable goods and services and non-battable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on battable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services, and when you stop production, you sack your employees, and then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the states in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state, on the VAT that have been generated. Consumption is much more in some state than in some other state. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to state where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card and other communication or telecommunication services or bank services or insurance services or whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or whatever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. And the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, that are the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%. Previous. Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jacked up.
It has been jacked up.
The distribution has been jacked up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it, since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy will have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they will go back to this issue. The suspicion is that they will just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later day. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit, 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and up thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TETFund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TETFund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TETFund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences, and they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TETFund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all these developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NELFON. So NELFON is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc., for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED fund will get 50% of that 4%. And NEL fund will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NSIB will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NEL fund that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all these 3 agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be phased out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are being to working on target, how can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NEL fund, even before transferring everything to NEL fund is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as TED fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds. Because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fee. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, you either third point to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, to go to NAIRA to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And the method is very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How would that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. When I say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then NEL fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them are encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. Yeah, so there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you say 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net, and then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, and the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that we making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm, and they raise alarm on this matter only. But all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. Okay, so I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. Had it been that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, which will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that, but even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? and of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Ipega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Ipega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here, in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago. But I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke, and he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year I had to work in a post office in London, and it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, grown up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978-79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that graded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were grading it. And Lagos was, shall I say, Abuja was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTA used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan, we'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200+ million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive, hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented, and I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America, whereas a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's a land of opportunity, But being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people, because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country, because our youth and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation, that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education, where education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. You know, Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we will know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future, and I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key, but it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, we know. And the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid. It's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira, to try and get to Europe, and then you're treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But you know, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the maths, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries is, and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home, go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because we need, you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and leave. You have to come home as well. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith It's very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, sorry. And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my momsy used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be beholden to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first Pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters, as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera, but they sing it with Pidgin English. And you know, Pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak Pidgin in Hawaii. They speak Pidgin in China. They speak Pidgin, Old English Cockney is Pidgin. American even is a form of Pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She is an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a Pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kora player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoiseshell steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the many people who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the many people say to God, please give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. You must have faith in your ancestors as well as in a God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Pa Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows, and it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry, and we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood, there's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that's just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration is, I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have very good English business partner, Israeli business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward, because people want to know about Nigeria. They love, in Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's something it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth, to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives, and that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche and the taboos of oh, we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer, you could be a filmmaker, you could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing, you could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our assets. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. is I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well, whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's riverside, there's one okra, seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking when my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a Lucy for me, Eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly, I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles, and I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be light to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native African-American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays, and Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo, Nigeria. I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Makes a hole in a stone, not by force, but by consistent dripping. Nothing describes these women more apt than our indomitable and consistent drive for excellence. Kisu Abiodun Moturayo Omobalanle Adekola on December 24, 1962, into the family of Alhaji Abdulmoshood Adekola, the first grandson of the first Alhaji in the city of Ibadan, and a Cameroonian mother, Mrs. Hannah Aduke Adekola, in the ancient city of Ibadan, Oyo State. While her mother was still pregnant with her, left for England to further his education. And while she was pretty much young, her mother left the country to go join her husband, to return while she was 8 years. Meanwhile, she was left to be cared for by her grandmother. She was registered in a private boarding primary school at the age of 4.
My parents had me. My father went off to England to go to school before I was born. He left my mother pregnant with me. My mother had me, and before I was a year old, left to join her husband in England, and I was left with my grandmother. I grew up with my grandmother before my parents came back like 8 years after. Spent my first, from at age 4 or 5, I was sent into a boarding nursery school. I lived in boarding school at a very early age because my parents wanted to protect me from becoming a local Ibadan girl.
And she usually attributes these to her early independence and wisdom. Omo Agbanimi, some of her friends sometimes poke fun at her wisdom, which is way beyond her age.
I was raised by my grandmother, so I'm a bit of an old woman in my brain, in how I think, as my friends say.
Her foray into business started at a very young age at her grandmother's shop where she sells salt. Little did she know that this was going to stand her in good stead in life.
My first exposure to business was my grandmother's little shop where she sold salt. And I used to love to sit behind her little kiosk and help her to sell the salt. But who knew I was being trained for business in my future?
While at secondary school, she participated in the literary debating group, excelling in it, which made her consider a career in law, though that didn't last. Also, it is worthy of note that Ibukun Awoshika could hold her own in athletics, earning her the nickname Rabbit because she could really run.
As an athlete, if you want to run, and I used to be fast, they used to call me the Rabbit.
Unsure of what career path she was going to settle for, she considered becoming many things at one point or the other of her life. After secondary school, she thought of becoming a medical doctor, but she couldn't stand the sight of a cadaver, so she let go of that idea. Later on, architecture was another fancy that caught her attention. Similarly, she also considered becoming a chartered accountant, finally, only see she could work in a bank.
I thought I wanted to be a doctor. Then I found out that they work with real dead bodies. I changed my mind very quickly. I then thought, you know what, I'd like to be an architect. I was good in sciences and had a problem if parents sentence you to science when you're good at both. So I ended up in Ife to study chemistry. By the end of my first year, I realized how much I hated chemistry. I could pass it, but I didn't love it. So then I thought, you know, I'd make a good lawyer. I debated throughout school. I used to represent my school in school's debate. So everybody knows that I can win an argument. So I gave it everything trying to change to law. I used to go and sit outside the door of the dean of law. And then one day the man said, come, what do you want? I want to change to law. Is that why you've been sitting outside of my office? Yes, sir. Okay, if I only take one person from another department next year, it will be you.
After the completion of her undergraduate degree at the University of Ife, she went for the compulsory one-year National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, in Kano State, where she worked as an all-day trainee at Akitola Williams & Co., which later became Deloitte.
For youth service, I did everything to make sure they sent me to an accounting firm. They first sent me to a Muslim school to go and teach. That was easy to solve. I just wore a dress off my shoulder. I went to report. I was immediately rejected. Once they rejected me, I went back to the posting room and waited there for days until they sent me to Akintola Williams & Co.
Although she was later given full employment after her service year, she felt becoming an accountant wasn't a thing.
You would have thought that having gone through all that trouble, accounting would be the love of my life. When I got there, within the 1 year of my youth service, I realized how boring accounting is to me. Because they had all the processes somebody else had thought about before. All I had to do was open old dusty files from company to company without imagination or initiative. I'm a very restless human being. That was not going to work. So I finished the work, I did well, they offered me permanent employment, but I said thank you, but no thank you. Why? Because at that moment, I had come to a realization that that was not the vision for my life.
After returning home, she joined Alibert Nigeria Limited, a furniture company, as showroom manager. In a word, only to kill time. She only stayed for 3.5 months. She left to begin a furniture manufacturing company called Quibis Limited in 1989, just a month before her 26th birthday. The company later grew into Sokor Chair Center Limited, following a venture merger with Sokor SA and Guarantee Trust back in 2004.
But the first job I could find 1 week after was in a furniture company. So I went there to kill time. My kill time project has resulted in 30 years of investment of my life in building a manufacturing group in furniture. So it was never the plan of my life. So some of you will accidentally find your purpose.
One could only wonder what had led her not only to compete, but to thrive in a male-dominated terrain. With over 30 years in business, Ibukun Awoshika is a woman to reckon with, encouraging more women to participate in the business terrain. Her passion to see the girl child not just to be educated, but much more to learn to own our own value and trade with it when there is need for it. Her lifelong ambition is to see herself die empty.
My biggest ambition in life is to die empty. Totally empty. That no talents, no giftings, no opportunities, nothing that I was born to do, that I have the capacity to do, that I do not do.
Following her remarkable achievements, she's been conferred with different doctorates, including one in business, entrepreneurship, and human capacity development from the Lagos State University, Ojo. Similarly, she was given a honorary doctorate of business administration from the Obafemi Awolowo University and another from the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwoye, Ogun State. Apart from our entrepreneurial prowess, Ibukun Awoshika is an ordained minister of the gospel, a presenter, writer, and a TV host.
The Bible tells us that let every man be what? A liar. And let who alone be true? Let God alone be true.
She hosts a television program called Business His Way. Also, she acted in the 2020 Kunle Afolanyo movie titled Citation, which in addition to the books she had written, including Business His Way, The Girl Entrepreneur, The Girls in the Boardroom, and My Thoughts in Codes. In 2004, she earned a certification in Business Administration and Management from the IESE Business School. She's also the chairperson of the Novel Nigeria Office for Philanthropy and Impact Investment. She has consistently encouraged women to take up more leadership positions without compromising their values and integrity. In 2005, she was appointed the MD CEO of Sokor SA of France, GTB PLC, the Chair Center Limited, and some local investors after the ban of the importation of furniture by the federal government of Nigeria in 2004. Furthermore, it is noteworthy to know that she independently established another ultra-modern furniture facility, Furniture Manufacturers Mart in Ikeja, Lagos. In 2008, she was among 5 Nigerian entrepreneurs who appeared in the first African version of the Dragon's Den. Unlike a great deal of others who knew exactly what they wanted to do from the beginning, she admitted to accidentally finding purpose. Ibukun Awoshika is a member of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, a member of the board of Nigerian Sovereign Wealth Fund, a former chairperson of the board of trustees of Women in Management, Business and Public Service, and a member of the IESC's International Advisory Board. Furthermore, she sits on the board of Digital Jura Limited and Cabri Nigeria PLC. Additionally, she's a fellow of the African Leadership Initiative and Aspen Global Leadership Network. History was made on the 7th day of September 2015. Following the resignation of Prince Ajibola Afonja, she became the first female chair of the First Bank of Nigeria in its 126 years of existence. Ibukun Awosika's Octo-Nigerian father, Abdul Moshood Adekola, who was a great influence in her life, passed on the 20th April 2020 after serving the Lord as an usher at the Fountain of Life Church in Nupeju. He was a Muslim convert. He was converted few days before his 60th birthday. She got married on her 28th birthday to Abiodun Awosika, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Excel Exploration and Production Company Limited, and they are blessed with 3 fine young men, Oludola, Olufishika, and Olamiposi. To celebrate a life of impact at 60, friends and mentees surprised Awoshika by building the Ibukun Awoshika Sports Center at our beloved secondary school, Methodist Girls High School, Yaba, Lagos. This project took about 6 months to complete and had some of our mentees like Tara Durutoye and Didi Ukuanu, Chichi Nwoko, and Bisola Runsewe. They marshaled it alongside a team of other successful people. She stands like Joshua upon the pinnacle of the Horeb, looking to command an army of a new generation of women entrepreneurs that wouldn't stop at anything to achieving their God-given dreams. For her, she believes that regardless of how illustrious her career is and how successful she could ever get in life, her family and husband remain the most important gift in her life. Ibukun Awoshika.
Was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosoli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. A testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilobunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer, he was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowles, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, you're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Hello and welcome to the Midday News on Souk News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin. Vice President Kashim Shettima has renewed Nigeria's call for a permanent seat at the United Nations Security Council during the general debate of the 80th United Nations General Assembly in New York. He argued that the global peace and development require institutional reforms that reflect today's realities, not the post-war era when Nigeria was absent from decision-making. Shettima highlighted Nigeria's population of over 236 million, its leadership role in Africa, and its long record of participation in international peacekeeping as evidence of the country's qualification for permanent membership. He emphasized that fair representation will strengthen multilateralism and restore credibility to the United Nations. The Vice President also urged measures to close the digital divide, promote sovereignty, debt relief, and ensure resource-rich nations benefit from their minerals. He reaffirmed Nigeria's commitment to regional security, citing decades of active peacekeeping operations and the country's ongoing fight against insurgency as proof of its dedication to global stability. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, NNPCL, has accumulated 318.05 billion naira between January and August 2025 to finance new frontier oil explorations. The fund, drawn automatically as 30% of production sharing contract profits, are earmarked for drilling and seismic surveys in underexplored basins including Anambra, Bida, Dahomey, Sokoto, Chad, and Benue. According to the documents from September Federation Account Allocation Committee meeting, the Frontier Exploration Fund created by the Petroleum Industry Act 2021 directs these monthly deductions. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission will manage the fund and oversee activities such as well logging, stress field detection, and wildcat drilling. Despite overall production sharing contract profits falling below budget, the statutory deductions have remained steady, ensuring consistent financing for the exploration program. Industry analysts note that the investment could expand national reserves and stimulate future revenue growth for Nigeria's oil sector. Now, the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, has disclosed that a total of 148,077 electricity customers were metered across the country in May and June 2025. Now, according to the Commission's fact sheet on metering status of distribution companies released recently, 63,180 customers were metered in May, while 84,897 were metered in June. This brought the total number of metered customers nationwide to 6,422,933 as of June 2025, representing a slight rise in the national metering rate from 53.78% in May to 54.33% in June. The NERC data showed the country's total active electricity customers rose marginally from 11,784,842 in May to 11,821,194 in June. By performance, Ikeja Disco recorded the highest metering rate at 84.65%, followed by Eko at 83.33% and Abuja at 73.06%. At bottom, Yola had the lowest metering rate at 28.55%, with Jos and Kaduna standing at 29.51% and 33.46% respectively. Kenya is working to finalize the landmark trade deal with the United States by the end of 2025, while also advocating for a 5-year extension of the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. President William Ruto highlighted that the agreement will boost access to U.S. markets for Kenya's textiles, agriculture, and key exports. The trade pact will be the first of its kind between Washington and a sub-Saharan African nation, positioning Kenya as a regional leader in advancing economic cooperation. Ruto emphasized that AGOA has been vital in bridging Africa and U.S., helping reduce trade deficit and fostering growth. Beyond trade, Ruto reiterated Kenya's active role in peace efforts in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Haiti, urging global partners to provide more logistical and financial support. Kenya's push reflects both its national development priorities and a broader commitment to strengthen Africa's place in global trade and security. Now, India is preparing to establish a nuclear liability fund that would cover compensations for accidents beyond 15 billion rupees, easing risk-sharing concerns for plant operators and suppliers. The move is part of a new atomic energy bill set to be introduced in Parliament in December, according to the government sources. The fund aims to align India's framework with global norms, replacing the current ad hoc payout system and giving investors greater confidence. By providing a clear mechanisms for compensation, the government hopes to unlock long-stalled private and foreign investment in nuclear sector. Prime Minister Narendra Modi's administration is also pushing reforms to end the decade-old state monopoly in atomic energy, relax supplier liability rules, and attract major conglomerates and international partners into nuclear power generation and uranium mining. The legislation would replace outdated laws and pave the way for India's planned 12-fold nuclear expansion by 2047. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souk News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Coming up next is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to bring back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in AJAOKUTA, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. Talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
My name is Shino Badigeshi. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souk News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hey everyone, Majoli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souk News, okay? Stay updated with Souk News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souk News and stay glued to Souk News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souk News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
Very good afternoon to you and welcome. Many thanks for joining us. This is Just Africa and we are reaching you live from our studios at Souk News TV. I'm Oyetolaa. Now across the continent, a powerful movement is gaining momentum. Africa's rising voices against human trafficking and gender-based violence. From grassroots activists and survivors to governments, technology innovators and private sector leaders, Africa is increasingly rejecting the silence that once shrouded these crimes. This episode of Just Africa spotlights how advocacy, legislation, and creative partnership are challenging the traffickers' networks and social norms that enable gender-based violence. It is a story of resilience, innovation, and the determination to protect human dignity while building a safer, more equitable Africa. I'm Oyin Priye once again. Welcome to the program. Hello, Mivi.
Yeah, good
How
afternoon, Priya. I'm good.
Okay.
And you?
I'm okay.
Anyways, you look good.
Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, and to everyone watching from every part of the globe. And welcome to Just Africa. I was talking with Emmanuel downstairs, and Emmanuel said, this is a topic that is more for the women. And I said, no. When you talk about trafficking, I want to talk about gender-based violence. It's not really just about women. There are men that are being abused, that are violated, that are going through this violence. And the silence of gender-based violence and trafficking has stayed for too long. Though we know that there are voices, there are people who are speaking up, but we still feel that survivors and those that are victims or currently maybe they are still going through it are not speaking much about it, maybe due to stigmatization or whatever reason it is that is making them not to speak. So you see, today's conversation, the voices, rising voices in Africa, is going to be something that I love the fact that our guest is a male, but I also want more men to be involved in this conversation. It is not a women thing. It is not a women fight. It is high time we started talking about it, started talking about trafficking. We can't just stop talking about it. While we were preparing for this show, I saw a video where people were trying to cross to the greener pasture, of course, through the Mediterranean Sea. Now, they were not even using a boat. They were not using anything. Do you know what they were using? You know, the tube of a tire. Pumped. That was what they wore. That was their safety jacket. For how long do we have to go through this? How many of them survive that? How many of them, when they get to the greener pasture they're talking about, how many of them really get the greener pasture? The pain they undergo when they get there, the stress and so many things that they go through there, those are stories that are untold, that we don't hear. Yet, many people still want to go.
I see.
So you see?
and that's not quite good. Well, I'm glad we're having a guest. We will be addressing this. Before we bring in our guest, let's intimate you further on the objective and the real meaning when we talk about rising voices and Africa's rising voices. The growing collective of individuals, civil society groups, businesses, and institutions across Africa are speaking out now, organizing and taking concrete action against human trafficking, targeting the illegal recruitment, transportation, and the exploitation of people, especially women and children, for forced labor, sexual exploitation, or other forms of modern slavery and gender-based violence. Now, it's also talking about confronting violence directed at individuals based on gender or perceived gender roles, including domestic abuses, sexual assault, harmful traditional practices, and economic coercion. In essence, the phrase captures Africa's increasing refusal to tolerate practices that violate fundamental human rights and undermine sustainable development. You know what? We're going to break. When we return from this break, we'll have our guests join us on the program so we can explore all parts of this conversation. The economic benefits that those who are exploiting others are gaining, and the perceived economic benefit where people give themselves over for exploitation. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. Now we have our guest joining us virtually. His name is Destiny Selomi. He's the founder and chief executive officer of Spark Life International, a non-profit organization dedicated to combating human trafficking and gender-based violence through survivor rehabilitation, community education, and policy advocacy. Under his leadership, Spark Life has launched regional awareness campaigns, partnering with law enforcement agencies for rescue operations, and developed vocational training programs that help survivors achieve financial independence. Destiny is recognized across West Africa for its dynamic public speaking and for mobilizing youth and private sector stakeholders to create safer communities and inclusive economic opportunities. Destiny Selomi, you are welcome to Just Africa. Many thanks for joining us on the program.
Thank you so much. Good morning from Ghana.
Okay, good morning to you. And it's Just Africa, so we are glad to have you. Human trafficking, whenever that word is mentioned, the globe and the world normally points their attention and their eyes to the continent of Africa. Okay, before we really start talking about the rising voices, why do you think that is? That Africa has now become, is seen or perceived to be the center of where people are taken out from to go and exploit abroad?
Well, first of all, let me thank you so much for the opportunity to be on your program today and to share these global threats. I always say that it is more than a social problem. One factor that I realize is poverty. The second one, I will consider that our security system is very weak. The third one, lack of education, ignorance is also involved. The fourth one, Africa, when it comes to research, we do not like to research on issue. And then the fifth one is we don't have access to communication, trickle it down to network. So these are the things that, to me, when human trafficking is mentioned and then Africa comes in, these are some of the things that comes in my mind.
Okay. But your response is good, but can you broaden it a little bit? When they look at Africa and they look at communication, where do you think the gap is? You talked about research, that Africa has not really given much to it, and that has in itself been a problem that those exploiting that avenue, feast on. So could you please touch more on on this part?
So I mentioned poverty. So one reason why somebody would engage himself or herself in trafficking is poverty, because if there is poverty in the person's family and you lead it to even the victim whose family or himself or herself is not financially stable, would simply involve or engage in human trafficking, especially when it comes to female and then the female children, when it comes to the sex trafficking. Now, I mentioned research. Africa, we don't love to research. We don't read. We don't listen to news. We don't watch international news to align ourselves with some of the international threats, issues that are going on globally. So if somebody should come to you with issue concerning trafficking, which you are not aware, you would likely fall into that. But if you research, if you go on net, if you listen to news, you listen to international news, you listen to the globe and know what is going on, human trafficking is on the top. And you will likely come across it, read it, and then you make yourself aware. So if somebody should come to you with any of those issues, like I want to send it to maybe Dubai to go and work. So there are questions you ask the person. If somebody is even moving you from your hometown to another town to go and work, if you are aware of, you are educated on human trafficking, you will know that this person is a trafficker, and there are red flags you will see on the person. So that is why I mentioned research. And when it comes to network, there are places in Africa, networks are not good. Communication, you can't communicate from one village to another. If issues of this are happening, how can you communicate? How can you get to the security to give them information? This is what you have seen. That is, you think would be as a result of the person trying to traffic somebody. So all these things are factors. That is why I mentioned this from the beginning.
All right, thank you very much, Destiny, and we appreciate your time once again. I love the fact that you mentioned the hometown, the communities, because most times when we hear the word trafficking, what comes to our mind is the international one. Like you rightly said again, an uncle comes to the house and they tell you, give me your child. I will raise the child, send the child to school in the city. And the child comes to your place and the child becomes a housemaid. For me, that's child trafficking. And it has happened to so many people. What can the community do in defense for this?
Go ahead.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Respond to the question.
Okay, was she asking a question? Because I didn't hear that very well.
The question is, communities, people, I mean, when we hear trafficking, we often think it has to be just international. That it is when some persons come from the Western world to Africa to move people down to their own country or to their own continent. That's only when we think that's trafficking. But trafficking involves people coming from another city to the village to pick up a young child or an adult with the promise of giving the child a good education back where he or she lives, only for the child to become a maid who will never see the four walls of a classroom. Now the question is, what can the community do in defense for this act, against this act?
Yeah, so one of the things we need to do is to start the advocacy, the education. within our communities. Because I always tell people that traffickers are not strangers. They are people we know. And even if trafficking would happen, there is an in-person who gives out information. So the community, the grassroots need to be educated. The grassroots need to be empowered. So with Spark Life International, we have this campaign, Don't Stay Silent on Human Trafficking. So we are going into communities, we are going into schools, we are going to churches, we are going to marketplaces, we are going to mosques to educate people on human trafficking. Human trafficking is happening each and every day in Africa within our families, but because they are not educated, so they don't even know that if somebody should come and pick your child or your daughter, as you mentioned, to go to another town with a different perception, but the person deceive you, that is the purpose he or she is sending the child away. But if you are educated, if you are enlightened on some of the tricks that traffickers use, we can't stop human trafficking, but we can reduce it drastically, and in the long term, we can stop it. So education is very needed. That advocacy is very needed. Of Africa needs to hear what human trafficking is.
Thank you very much. So, looking at what the government has done, policies, education, awareness, campaign, like what you are doing right now, the awareness is there. So why does this issue still persist? Why is this something we still keep going back to? Trafficking, gender-based violence. Why is it still there?
I mentioned poverty. And some people too, is their personal desire. They traffic innocent, especially the females, and whatsoever reason, they had sex with them, they enjoy exploiting them, they enjoy maltreating them. Some people, naturally, they enjoy, but when it comes to law enforcement, we don't consider those things. The law is law. The crime is a crime. So the most or the bigger picture is poverty. And most people are not working. So if somebody or a family should offer or should be given an offer of a little amount, that family will just give one person out to be trafficked. So poverty is a bigger picture. And then the education is also needed. That is my opinion.
All right. Thank you very much. Now, let's look at it from institutional perspective within the context of Africa. Sometimes when these people are being trafficked, let's say from within the continent of Africa, they are, recruited to work in farms for agricultural purposes. They are sometimes recruited to work in mining sites. Other times they are recruited to work in the tourism industry, more like hotels. And some of them are recruited to work as domestic maids and domestic servants or domestic staff. So if we look at it within the perspective, let's look at the institutional role that government is expected to play. In Nigeria, we have the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons. And for Ghana, Human Trafficking Secretariat. I want to believe in Ghana we have the Human Trafficking Secretariat that is being managed by a 13-member management board established by the Human Trafficking Act 2005 in Ghana. What's the role that you think this institution has played, including civil society organizations, has played within the continent of Africa to stem the tide?
This is a difficult question, but I would handle it in an honest way. Institutionally, I believe that most of our leaders or most of the heads compromise on some of this human trafficking. That is why I believe it is rising. Human trafficking is human trafficking. Crime is a crime. If the person is being caught in the act, we should not compromise on it. The person should be jailed, sent to the prison. But I mentioned poverty. Poverty, you can trickle poverty to corruption. So if our institutions are not well established, they are not well resourced, and poverty and corruption comes in, there would be compromise on most of human trafficking issues. So from personally, that is what I have in mind, and that is what I have seen as a problem. Because when human trafficking happens, we have forgotten about the trauma the victim is going through, and then he or she will be going through after everything. So can you imagine a victim going back to the community or the society to see a perpetrator of a human trafficking who traffic him or her within the same community? What do you think will be running through the person's mind? That can even cause suicide. So compromising on some of these human trafficking issues articulate to poverty and then corruption when it comes to institutions that are responsible to prosecute and to take human trafficking issues very serious.
From Nigeria, for the way the NAPTIP operates, I've seen some instances where the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, they visit hotels. And if they see staff in those hotels, because the age to work, when you look at it, is from the age of 18, or for Nigeria, it's the age of 21, where you are considered to be an adult and you can stay alone and you can be responsible for yourself. In the foreign climes, it's 18. In some of the African countries with their own laws, we can see that it's 18 or 21 or 22, as the case may be. But in Nigeria, it's 21. When NAPTIP goes to some of these hotels or some of the working sites, if you are below that age, 21 or 18, and they see you work in places like hotels, in bars, they arrest you, and they sometimes, or most times, they charge the owners of those facilities and those businesses. They take them to court, or they are being prosecuted because they are trying to stem the tide of human trafficking. Because these are the hotspots where these people that are being trafficked are being taken to and exploited to work for labor. Sometimes you see some of them taken to uncompleted building sites or building sites where they work. So maybe you should tell us, Spark Life engagement, some of the experiences that you have gotten while dealing with these issues, and how you think the institutions and governments can come in to make sure they bring sanity and smoothness into these areas.
Yeah, so one of the things we would need to do, I would need to encourage collaboration. We need to collaborate, and also because the government agency are the backbone of everything, they need to strengthen some of their policies. They have to be very strict on some of the policies that comes across. If anybody engaged in human trafficking, the person should be prosecuted, whether be it a minister's family, an influential person engaging in human trafficking. I mentioned that we should not compromise on issues when it comes to human trafficking, because my focus is on the victim, especially when it comes to sex exploitation. You have no idea what the victim is going through psychologically. That can even lead to suicide, because the person might feel that I was trafficked. The trafficker was not in prison and is still allowed to be walking freely on the street. Mentally, the victim will not feel safe even within the society. So our policies need to be strengthened, and then security services need to back up. We need to sit up. We need to leave behind selfish gain. We need to leave behind Africa is poor, I want to make myself rich. We need to leave aside issues of corruption so that we can handle human trafficking, because a time will come when care is not taken. Africa would have a different name when it comes to human trafficking.
Okay. Thank you very much. There's something I need you to quickly address. Your foundation, you are the Chief Executive Officer of Spark Life International, a non-profit organization dedicated to combating human trafficking and gender-based violence. I'm sure when you are fighting the cause through the instrument of your organization, you must have encountered several cases in the field. Would you want to tell us some of the cases that you have encountered in the field by way of operation of your foundation and how you were able to deal with it?
Yeah, so several cases. We have rescued some, and that one I can say for sure. Some perpetrators were prosecuted and sentenced. So one of the things Spark Life International wants to do is that we want to build a reintegration center for traffic survivors. Globally, with what I have noticed, the theory is more than the physical structure, that when people are being trafficked, they don't have a place to send them. Some places when they are being trafficked and you want to place them at a safe place, some people don't even want to accept. So one of the things Spark Life International is working on very seriously is to build a physical structure for human trafficking survivors. There we would be able to give them health care, feeding, clothing, vocational training, trauma.
Hello, Salome. Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Please, I need to call your attention to something. You said you are involved in some of these activities that are actually human trafficking. So I want, and you've dealt with it as an organization. Please tell us what the person that was being trafficked, what were they told? What kind of promises were they given? Where was their destination? Where were they heading? So that we can enlighten people and inform people out there, so that by the time they are told the same stories, they will not fall for it. So I need us to get some of those details out.
Yeah, so some people, as I mentioned, traffickers are not strangers. They are people living within us, family members especially. They go to one of the commonest one in Ghana or within the region is fishing. So they go in, promise the family members some amount of money that they are sending the child to go and give them better education, and then they end up going for fishing 2 a.m., 3 a.m. without sending them to school. So few cases, personally, I have encountered that the uncle went to the village, promised the mother that he wants to take away 2 of her children to go and give them better education. For the mother to realize that that wasn't the issue. Rather, these 2 kids were trafficked for so many years. It took the intervention of somebody to signal us, for us to trace back to the village and rescue those children. So I mentioned that the grassroots needs to be educated. Parents need to be educated, so that when some of these uncles, their aunties, or even a third person come to talk to them about, okay, I want to send your daughter to school, to this place, that place, they would be aware. Even as a parent, you can follow up, or you can follow the person to go and know where your daughter or your son is going to stay, or even go to the police station, lodge a complaint, give the details of your uncle or your auntie or whoever you are giving out your child or your daughter to the police, so that they will keep record of such a person. So should anything happen, he or she can be quickly traced.
Thank you very much, Destiny. I want to drift away from a little, not completely, from trafficking to gender-based violence. Now, gender-based violence most times is rooted in our cultural practices. So it is seen as, for instance, a husband can just slap the wife for no reason or for no genuine reason, and you are expected to keep quiet because it is the culture. And it has been going on, women violating men, men same way. How can we have how can we transform the African culture, doing what is right, practicing our African culture, but taking away the harmful part of it?
When it comes to gender-based violence, so I will talk about Africa. The African culture is not violent, but it is because of how we perceive women. The gender-based violence is not related to women, but it is how the African society or the African as a continent perceive women. I always tell people that women are the beauty of the world. If we educate women, the globe will be a better place for us to live than what we are experiencing now. The African culture see women as, let me use this word, from generation to date, but I think now it is better than before, that the kitchen belongs to the woman or women, which is never like that. How we have been trained perceiving women, we look at how our fathers, our brothers treat women whilst we are growing up. That is also one factor that people do not value who women are. The gender-based violence is not only related to women, but it is how we perceive women. That is why they are now being the front line, or they are now the vulnerable ones. When it comes to the gender-based violence, we are talking about women. But the gender-based violence, honestly, is not only about women. So our culture, the African culture, is not violent, but it is how we practice from the beginning and how we perceive women to be.
But can't we practice the African culture with respect, without harming each other? Can't we do that? And we actually do that?
That I mentioned that we can do it. It is very doable. It is very doable. So I mentioned that our culture is not violent, but it is how people perceive women. Even as of now, some men believe that women still belong to the kitchen, and women are being treated the way they are not being treated.
All right, on social media platforms, we've seen people campaigning, creating awareness, educating the public, the men, the boy child, the women, to stay away from gender-based violence, to stay away from trafficking, especially on gender-based violence. We not tag, or people not tag those kind of voices, especially when they're women, as feminists in the society. Do you think those voices are actually speaking enough against this violence?
Yes, they are speaking. I'm a feminist as well. we are speaking. So violence is a crime. So I mentioned previously that our security system, the law enforcement institution, need to strengthen some of its strategy. When you attack or when you abuse somebody, when you violate the right of somebody, it's a crime, and you need to be prosecuted. I mentioned that some of these things that our leaders do not need to compromise on. Pastors are being abused. The pastors are abusing their wives at home. But the woman also, because she's not empowered, cannot come forward to say that my husband, the pastor, has been abusing me because of the name he is a pastor. Chiefs are they are abusing their wives, but because of that title. But when you go to the Western world, women are vocal. They speak out. They can walk to the station, they can walk to the police station and report issues of gender-based violence. And the person will be picked on. But when it comes to Africa, when you go to even the police station, sometimes the way you are being received will even encourage you. Just imagine a wife coming to report a husband for issues of gender-based violence. Issues like, so you are coming to report your husband for us to arrest him. Who will feed you? Who will feed your children? Who will look after you? Some of these things are making women sit up. They don't want to speak out. But we need to educate them. We need to encourage them that they have rights. They belong to the society. We need to support women. We need to encourage them. We need to give them the needed education so that they can speak out. Because women, things are going on that when you even listen to, you marvel. But because they are scared, that kind of the society's tag, that kind of timidity, that kind of people would say you have reported your husband for the police to arrest him because he has slapped you, but they are forgetting the psychological trauma that the woman will be going through. So women need to be encouraged. They should speak out on some of these things.
All right, thank you very much. We've been speaking with Destiny Salome. Destiny Salome, we're not done with the program yet. We'll go on a break. By the time we return, we'll take our conversation a little bit further to look at some of the destinations that are peculiar to some illicit trade where most traffickers explore or exploit to traffic people to. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us, and this break will be short.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on Earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokrotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm AJAOKUTA for Sook News TV.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. It's Just Africa, and we are reaching you live from our studios. We've been speaking with Destiny Salome, who is the founder and chief executive officer of Spark Life International, a non-profit organization dedicated to combating human trafficking and gender-based violence. Welcome back to the program, Destiny Salome.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Now, let's take this conversation to another level, even though we have a very short time. When trafficking takes place, most especially from Africa, they are taken to Europe. There are some countries in Europe where those who partake in prostitution are shipped there. There are some countries in North America or in South America where those who participate or are being recruited to the illicit practice of drug selling and drug peddling. Now, if we look at civil society organizations, maybe like Spark Life or some other organizations or advocacy group, how can they liaise with some of these countries and some of the institutions and the agencies in those countries, including the security agencies, to stop this menace?
So thank you so much for this question. I mentioned earlier on that networking communication is very important. We should report issues of human trafficking to the security agencies and also collaborate or liaise with the foreign ministry or the foreign ministers, so that when we identify a particular country that our women or our female children are being maybe transported to, often they can liaise with that country's immigration, police force, or police service, or even their foreign ministry, so that they can trace the whereabouts of some of these victims. So it all boils down to networking, collaboration, communication, reporting cases that we suspect to be human trafficking.
Thank you very much. Now, my second question is this. some business organizations who go by the name logistics companies that operate transnational, trans-border operations and activities, and businesses, small and medium-sized enterprises that operate logistic businesses involved in human trafficking. How can we advise or mobilize these organizations, business organizations, to expose those who are bringing disreputation to the logistics business?
So I mentioned earlier that we should not compromise on issues concerning human trafficking. If a perpetrator is being suspected or picked up, an investigation proves that he or she has engaged or involved in human trafficking, he or she should be imprisoned or jailed. And then secondly, these agencies or organization companies should try to do background investigation on people they want to work with or people they want to employ, so that they would know where they are coming from, they would know even the country, the region, the state in which they are coming from, their educational background, who connected them to the organization, the company. They should monitor them. Now technology is everywhere. They can fix CCTV in their trucks, their offices. Even when they are traveling, there should be a way to track them. So technology or AI should be able to come in and help us fight human trafficking.
All right, thank you very much, Destiny. So I want to ask you as a CEO, okay, maybe before then, most survivors, as you rightly said, they are silent due to maybe culture, due to stigmatization, due to economic instability, and whatever reasons, they've kept silent, especially men. You talked about how the women may not be able to speak up due to some factors that you mentioned. Men that are silent, how do we tell them to speak up?
So I mentioned that when it comes to gender-based violence, it's not only related to the women, it is the both sides. And that kind of timidity, that kind of the social tag that the society will be laughing at you, that you are being abused by your wife, you are being beaten by your wife, you are being denied your right to have sex with your wife. They should also come up, because when you put men and women at one place, you would see that men are very vocal or bold. But on issues concerning the emotional side of the emotional attachment of a woman, they speak out. They can say everything. So the men should also learn from the women, or the men should also come out. They should put the shyness aside. If you are being abused, you are being beaten by your wife, you should come to the law enforcement and report. So men do not really need that kind of empowerment, because they know what to do. So they should also come. But when you look at the issues of gender-based violence, because women speak out, or because we feel women are vulnerable, that is why we think issues concerning women are rising. But men are also there. They are sitting down, they are being abused, and because of shyness, because of the society tags, they don't want to speak out. So we are encouraging them. Last 2 months, we had a program, and I was a speaker. I encourage men to come and report issues of gender-based violence concerning them or against them to the police service.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, Destiny, as the CEO of Spark Life Foundation, you talked about rehabilitation. How often do these people, survivors, how often do they come to you for rehabilitation, or how often do you refer them, take them to places do they even come at all that they need rehabilitation? And when they do, how often do you refer them to the right places?
So some organization there is this organization, I forgot the name. They do only the rescue, but they don't have a place to put them. They don't have a place to reintegrate them back to the society. So they go to NGOs that are having shelter, and then they place them there for some time before they reintegrate them back to the society. So as I mentioned, Spark Life International, we have received few cases of that sort, but we have been able to sort those issues out. So now we want to build a reintegration center so that when some of these victims comes to us, we would be able to receive them, place them at our reintegration center for some of the services that I mentioned will be provided to them, the education, the health, the feeding, the clothing, etc., etc.
All right. Okay. Now, thank you very much. Now, let's begin to look at it from a different perspective, because there are social dimensions, there are cultural dimensions, gender-based violence, and sometimes they go through psychological trauma, which you actually made reference to. But what about those who have been abused, or to the extent that they lost their ability or their economic ability to make a living or to earn a living for themselves? Does your organization who work with these people, work for these people, or tend to rehabilitate these people? Are you faced with some of the challenges, like giving them an education, empower them economic-wise so that they don't become liability to society, or they don't become liability to your organization, but they become self-dependent and an asset to society?
Yes, so honestly, we haven't received any case whereby it was beyond control. Most cases we receive were something we were able to handle. And then as I mentioned, that if we build our own reintegration center, we would be able to handle some of this. Even when issues come beyond our control, we should be able to receive them and then be able to work on them, because we'll be having nurses, we'll be having psychologists, we'll be having doctors at our centers.
So tell us some of the challenges that Spark Life Foundation has been encountering while meeting this need in society, while attending to people who have been victims of human trafficking or gender-based violence, some of the challenges that Spark Life has encountered and how you resolve them.
Yeah, well, we have become a threat to some of these perpetrators. We also resourcing or the financing of some of these issues was challenging, but we love what we do. It is human issue, and when you are handling human issues, these are challenges that will come. But if you are in, you are in. You'd have to find a way to solve some of these issues. So you become a threat. You become a threat to family members, friends, people close to you, and then also when you are not being careful, you are being tagged as you are making sure family members are being prosecuted, family members are being rescued, but they have forgotten that they are causing harm to somebody's happiness. So it's been challenging, but we love what we do.
All right, thank you very much, and we are still appreciating you for your time. We've talked about people who are speaking up. We've talked about the government making policies and enforcing the laws to prevent trafficking and gender-based violence. We've talked about NGOs and maybe individuals. But we've not talked about traditional rulers and faith leaders. These people have roles to play in the society because They communicate with the people directly. They use their pulpits or for the other religion. They use whatever means. But some of these leaders go ahead and tell you that you should pray for the abuser. You should pray for the one that is trafficking people away. What role do these people have? What role do they have to play to ensure that they tell the people the right thing to do?
I think Destiny Salome, we are having some challenge with the network.
Yes.
But hopefully it gets back before we're done with this session of the program. But before we move on, let me read out with Destiny Salome is the founder and chief executive officer of Spark Life International, a non-profit organization dedicated to combating human trafficking and gender-based violence through survivor rehabilitation, community education, and policy advocacy. Under his leadership, Spark Life has launched regional awareness campaigns, partnered with law enforcement agencies for rescue operations, and developed vocational training programs that help survivors achieve financial independence. Destiny is a recognized personality across West Africa for his dynamic public speaking and for mobilizing youth and private sector stakeholders to create safer communities and inclusive economic opportunities in Africa. That's what Destiny. The conversation was good, but well, we'll
I wish he was here to actually round off the show and to give his final words. But from whatever conversation we've had now, I've come to understand that fighting human trafficking is not it is not just the government thing.
Yeah.
It is not just for the NGO.
Yeah.
It is you and I. It is not women thing. It is men are being violated. Like he said, they are not just speaking of that their wives are beating them at home. You understand? So it is something that we all have to fight. We all have to raise our voices because it is Africa raising voices. So we all need to raise our voices and fight this. I believe that, yes, as he said, Africa's culture is not a harmful culture.
It's not a violent culture.
A violent culture, thank you. So I guess we can have a beautiful culture respecting one another.
Great, we can have a beautiful culture respecting one another. In part 2 of our conversation in Just Africa, we're looking at Africa's creative economy, and it's on the cusp of a digital revolution, and video games. They are at the heart of IT, building Africa's video game industry with inclusion for economic stability. It explores how a new generation of African developers, storytellers, investors, and players is shaping a sector once dominated by studios in North America, Europe, and Asia. From Lagos to Nairobi to Cape Town in South Africa, gaming is more than just entertainment. It is a fast-growing creative industry capable of generating jobs, fostering innovation, and projecting African cultures to a global audience. Today on Just Africa in part 2, we will examine how inclusive growth, where women, youth, and underrepresented communities participate fully, and they can make this emerging industry a cornerstone of sustainable economic development. We'll be back in a moment to stay with us.
Welcome to the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC. ADSC is an organization focused on training and research to advance sustainable development and growth in Africa. We exist to facilitate customized training, research, and study exchanges worldwide on leadership, management, and critical development issues. The center offers a platform for the exchange of ideas and best practices. Our comprehensive services encompass research, consultancy, capacity building, training, and education programs, as well as publishing and disseminating development-related knowledge. Our faculty consists of experts and researchers with extensive experience in policy formulation, implementation techniques, and monitoring and evaluation. Our methodology involves talks, individual and group exercises, games, video screenings, and discussion seminar sessions in a cozy atmosphere, making learning enjoyable for our participants. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website at www.adstudycenter.com to learn more about our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program, Building Africa's Video Games Industry and developing the entire ecosystem of the game development studios and publishers, training institutions, distribution platforms, and supportive policies within the continent of Africa and African countries with inclusion, ensuring that diverse groups, women, marginalized communities, rural youth, persons with disabilities, have equitable access to opportunities as creators, investors, and players for economic sustainability using the industry, not just for cultural expression, but as a stable source of employment, export revenue, and technological innovation that can endure beyond the short-term trends. In short, the topic highlights the deliberate creation of a vibrant, inclusive gaming sector that fuels long-term economic growth. My guest is Oscar Michael Esio. He is the founder of Africa Comicade, a pan-African organization dedicated to nurturing talents and fostering collaboration across video game, animation, and interactive media industries through conferences, game jams, mentorship programs, and global partnerships across the continent of Africa. Africa Comicade, he's also a developer, he's an artist, an investor, and he's helping African creators reach international market. Oscar is a leading advocate for diversity and inclusion in gaming, working to ensure that women and underrepresented communities have a voice in shaping Africa's creative tech future. His initiatives have supported dozens of startups and inspired a new generation of African storytellers and game developers. Oscar Michael Esio, you're welcome to Just Africa.
A pleasure.
Many thanks for joining us today. Yeah. Gaming. Yeah. Let me take you back to the days where I was in primary, secondary school, because when we talk about gaming, I want to take you back to the days where where tech was not really in vogue. Mm-hmm. So, the Mario games we used to play those days, the brick games that we have in pads like this, and some other funny games. But now, gaming has gone in fact, it has gone off the roof.
It's mainstream now.
It's mainstream.
Yeah.
Please, tell us about it.
Yeah, so what can I say? Gaming is all about fun. It's about play. It's about engagement, getting immersed in an experience. And it's everywhere. Beyond even fun and entertainment, it's about culture. It's about, you see, games are a medium of exchange at the very core. It's just like movies. So whether it's for entertainment, for education, for teaching, name it, games are a medium. And because of their ability to get people immersed in whatever they are involved in, That's why they're mainstream right now, because as you know, people have short attention span and all. And also people want to connect. Games are very social. So the games industry globally is what, about $200 billion, bigger than the music and movie industry.
Bigger than the music industry?
Globally, yes.
Globally?
Yes.
Okay.
And Africa is still scratching the surface, but we are getting there. I'm sure you know people that play Candy Crush, Subway Surfer, so many games out there. And what we are doing right now is how can we be a part of it so that we're not just consumers, but creators.
Yeah. Great. Now, I'm surprised to hear that, that it's bigger than the music industry. If anything is bigger than the music industry globally, then that's a cash cow.
Definitely.
Look, so you've rightly said it. Africa is just scratching the surface. Why? Is it because we are not the originators of tech? Or why are we retrogressive in that aspect?
Well, I'd say it's because traditionally over the ages, the past, we've been seen more as consumers instead of creators. But you see, games have always been a part of our lives. We've always had games. We've always played games. We have our own traditional local games. So the main context now is how can we make it digital? How can we bring games to the fore? How can we use it as that medium that it is to tell our own story? And game development is a very expensive craft. It's like you're working with art, you're working with music, you're working with animation, you're working with AI. Bring all the tech sides together and put it together. That is what it takes to build a game. There are some games that you have up to 300 people working on them. So you see, it takes a full team to build it. And when you look at the African ecosystem, we don't have that kind of resource locally to back a lot of what our talents want to create. So that is why we are slow, but we are catching up. Things are changing. There's more access to funds and support globally and locally. And people are also, the barrier to entry has dropped because there's now a lot of technology that allows you to quickly create, prototype, visualize anything you want to. So the change is coming.
Okay, I read your profile and some of the works that you've been doing. And so in the course of the program, I will need you to speak extensively about it. However, I am a little bit concerned about Africa. We seem to have games that have not been brought into the mainstream. Permit me to name some of the local ones. Okay, fine, I've seen some phones come with Ludo. They download the app. But there is this very local, what about draft? If we have those.
There's checkers. I think it's known as checkers.
Okay. There's this very local one. You pick up 4 seeds and you drop 1, 2, 3. Yes.
Those games exist right now. Yes, they do.
Okay, so how do you think that industry has become so grown globally? How do they make it economically viable in those climes that we did not have that initiative? Even until now, because you see a lot of people go into that games and parents are telling you, don't go, make very productive use of your time. Why is that? How did they make it so economically viable?
So I'd say it's a socioeconomic factor. It's a factor of the society, just as you rightly mentioned. Psychologically, a lot of our parents, the millennials, the boomers, they have this negative impression about games that it rots your mind. Whereas there's a lot of research right now that shows how games actually improve the hand-eye coordination. People that actually play games very well, how much they are smarter and able to achieve more tasks. So that's part of what we do, sensitizing the public, making them understand that, okay, to give them a better understanding of what gaming actually is. That's one. The second thing is, like I mentioned also, the cost of production. To build quality games, when you're building games, your competition is global. You see, when it's music, there's categories. We have Afrobeat, so we know what to expect from Africa in terms of music.
Okay.
When it comes to movies, we have Nollywood. We know what to expect from Africa in terms of movies. Right? But when you're building games, a bulk of your market, because we have that psychological perception, and if you look at the economy as well, most Africans who even want to play games don't pay for the games. So that means if you want to generate revenue from the games, you need to target the global market, and your competition is global, which also then means whatever games you are creating has to be of global standard. And that has been a struggle in the past, but now there's been changes. For example, recently, there's a publisher, Acclaim, a global publisher. They just recently published a game made in Nigeria called Tossed Down.
Tossed Down?
Yes.
Okay.
And publishing is very key because see, development is expensive, but just as movies, there's distribution. How do you get the games in the hands of everybody? We know Subway Surfer, Candy Crush, and the likes because back then, most of them came pre-installed with the phones we buy. Once you buy it, you're seeing Candy Crush on the phone. That's distribution. And in the film industry, you have people that do distribution like Film One.
Okay.
In the games industry, we don't have any of those people locally. And you know, marketing is very cost intensive.
Oh, okay.
So you're looking at an industry that production is intensively expensive, and then distribution is also expensive, and nobody understands it. A lot of the people with the funds are more into traditional investment, buying and selling, and they also have that personal perception towards gaming that is not very positive, but that is changing. With stories like Tossed Down making global headways, we know that as we see more and more people having success stories, because it was the same with music. People loved African music, but because there weren't a lot of successful musicians, if you tell your parent, I want to go become a music artist, they'll be like, no, get serious. But now people are pushing their children because they see that, yes, you can make headway. Same with comedy.
Yeah.
Back then in the 80s, 90s, if you say you are a comedian, but now people will push you because we have stories from different generations, right? We have Alibaba, we have Tao, we have so many people, and now that's what's going to happen with gaming.
Okay, so how do developers, like you are developing a game, okay, what does it take intellectually? And not just intellectually, you're looking at the global market.
Yes.
So you're talking about coding, and you're looking at tech, and every other component that constitute that. So what's a potential or a perspective or a developer, an actual developer, what does it look at? Apart from looking at the global space, what kind of contention would he be facing?
Well, to start with, games are they're an art form.
Okay.
Yes, it's an interesting form of expression, right?
Yeah.
And the one thing that you need to know now is there's no shortage of games out there. There are millions of games if you want to download. So the first thing is we need to find out what makes us unique from the pool of games that is out there in the world.
Okay.
And to do that, the next thing is now, of course, quality. And something exciting about games that I find as well is sometimes you might need to try because it's an art form. It's just like with music artists. If Ashake releases an album, it might be just two I vibe with.
Okay.
Right? It's the same with games. You actually need to build to get better at building. And you just need one game. You look at Rovio, for example. You might not know Rovio, or people out there might not know Rovio, but Rovio is the maker of Angry Birds. But everybody knows Angry Birds.
Yes.
But how many other games made by Rovio do you know? Yes, Rovio is making lots of games. But once they did Angry Birds, they built an IP around it, merchandise, products. They created animation, did so many things. That's the beauty of the industry. So the first thing developers need to know is it's an art form. It's a very important art form. You can go solo, you can work with a team because you need many elements, right? But you need to be creative. And at the core of every game is fun. Though it's an art form, if people are not having fun, they are not going to be incentivized to pay or make any commitments to your game. So it has to be fun.
Okay, it has to be fun. So there's this game I play. It's Words. I'm trying to remember the name of the game. It's Words, and you are given some, you make 3 attempts. If you don't get the spelling of, they just put words randomly.
Is it Wordle?
Probably it is. You just put words randomly and you try to spell it, and you should try to make like 8 words out of a few letters that have been put around. So I like it because it tasks my mind. I use the task to think creatively and critically. So when you look at such games, and sometimes I tend to look at the minds that made those, and I wonder, but for you, how did you get yourself in there?
Oh, I love games. I love games. I've always loved games. I love animation. I grew up reading comics and the like, so I love games. And when I found out that I could build games, my mind blew completely.
You could build games.
So
now you've built something.
So I don't have any commercial game out there. I started building games. Like I said, you need to try over and over again. But then I also quickly along the path came to realize that building is just one thing. You need to be able to monetize what you have created.
Okay.
So in the industry, what we call a game dev or a game developer, it's a compound word. It means everyone in the games industry. Another key thing that is slowing down our growth is the fact that almost everyone in the games industry is a programmer. Whereas for an industry to exist, you need people in media and communications, you need people in finance, you need people in marketing, you need community, you need other sectors working together, other professionals, not just the programmer. So I then pivoted to focus on the business side, which is why I started the company, to say, okay, you're building games, how would you make money? And that's the problem I'm solving today. So we have people that are building games, we have programmers, we have people in music side and all. For me, I'm focused currently on the business side. How do they get the funding they are seeking? How do they get the partners to promote the games?
Great.
Yeah.
You are building games. How do you commercialize it? How do you sell it? That question I'm asking you, probably you're a game developer and you're watching me or you have interest in that. I'm not the one asking those questions. Actually, Oscar Michael is who asked the question. I'm just reiterating that for you. So let's come back to you. You got into this terrain that you said you are not a commercial, you've not built commercial games yet, that you are in that space to commercialize it, to help people commercialize their games. So tell us what Africa Comicade.
Yes.
Tell us what it's about.
Yeah, so like I said, I started off as a game developer, a programmer myself, but then I realized the business side was missing. And then you don't stumble into a game developer the way you stumble into a web developer. So what
you guys have scarce.
Exactly.
Very scarce.
Exactly.
I see.
So I started a Pan-African community across the continent to bring every game developer together so that we can pull resources together, share opportunities, share resources, learn together, and build stuff. And that's how Africa Comicade started. Today, it's a launch pad. If you want to learn how to build games, you come to Africa Comicade. If you're building games already and you want to learn the business of games, we have a separate program that takes you through that, which is called the ARC Fellowship. So there you learn the business of games, then we connect you to exchange programs, we connect you to funds, we connect you to
programs.
Yes, exchange programs. Last year we had a studio, Juju Games.
Games.
Yeah, it's a Nigerian-based studio. They were the only studios selected for the Rabbit residency in Berlin, in Germany. And they won the pitch there, the game's grand pitch. So 6 studios from across the world came to Germany for a 1-month residency. A Nigerian studio won that. So we connect them to opportunities like these global events so that they can be able to build a sustainable business. Because it's only when these people building games are sustainable, when they make revenue, that's when they can create the job opportunities that the games industry can offer.
Okay, we are due for a break. We're going to go on a break and we'll be back shortly. But you just want to prepare your mind. Just look at the continent of Africa, and if you have to look at countries in Africa, which of the country do you think is belling the cart and has the potential when it comes to building and developing games and actually doing what exactly you are doing? How we are competing out there. You just mentioned, you made reference to the competition in Berlin, Germany, and that's quite outstanding. But I still need you to tell us exactly, good detail, what Africa Comicade is really doing, because I heard you've been around for a while and you are quite experienced, so you extensively are going to talk about it. It's still Just Africa, and we're reaching you live from our studios. To go on a break. We'll be back in a moment to stay with us.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel. making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR kits and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, Souk News.
Human ingenuity.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the program. We're talking about gaming in Africa, and I have a very prominent guest in the studio. Oscar Michael is here. He's the founder of Africa Comicade, a pan-African organization dedicated to nurturing talent and fostering globalization, collaboration rather, across the continent of Africa when it comes to video games, animation, and the interactive media industries. Welcome once again to the program. Now, when we went on the break, even while we were on the break, I was telling you in the continent of Africa, who's belling the cart? You mentioned South Africa, Nigeria came second. I'm wondering, how did we find ourselves in that position? Because I think that's a great place to be.
Indeed. Yeah, so currently, we just completed a tour across sub-Saharan Africa where we visited the key gaming markets. So we went to Kenya in April, we went to Ghana in July, August. I just came back from South Africa like a week back. And then we're having a convention in Nigeria where everybody travels into Nigeria. So the South African market is a way much more mature.
Africa Comicade is hosting that?
Yes, definitely.
Great.
That's the Gamerton. It's happening September 29th to October 4th here in Lagos.
Great.
And we're having people from like 15 African countries coming in the games industry.
15 African countries coming in the gaming industry. So now tell us, government and institutional roles in all of this.
Yes.
Do you think the industries in Nigeria is receiving the help that they require to grow?
That's a tough one to speak on. However, to be quite candid, some government parastatals have been very helpful. For example, the convention we are doing currently is endorsed by 3 government offices here in Nigeria. So our convention, the Gamerton, is endorsed by the Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism, and Creative Economy. The Ministry of Innovation, Science, and Technology is also backing us, as well as the Lagos State Council of Arts and Culture. In 2023, the Ministry of Science, Technology, Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology in Lagos took us to GITEX Dubai to showcase what we do. So this is the kind of backing we are getting. They are recognizing us The key thing there is to educate them more on the difference between gaming and gambling and how our industry fits perfectly in the creative sector. But they are working with us to better understand the sector. We're working with us to better define policies that can drive the growth of the sector as well as attract investment in. So those three offices I mentioned are very active with us in the games industry.
You're not just a player in that industry, you're equally influencing policy in that. So tell us one of the challenging policy that you think you want to influence, because I heard you mention something, the government needs to paint a clear picture between gaming and gambling.
Definitely.
Please tell us the difference about
Yeah, it's a tough one to crack. I think the gambling guys were way ahead of us in registration. And so to run away from a lot of fines and all, they just registered as gaming. They branded themselves as gaming or iGaming. Whereas we, to start with, in fact, if I were to break down the sector I work in properly, I work in the video games industry. So I work in game development, people that build games. Then there is gaming. Gaming has to do with the playing of games. And in that, there's the casual gaming, which most people just play on their phones. There's also esports, electronic sports, where you are playing professionally for prizes, for that. And there's a whole sector that exists.
Great.
Yeah. So that is the gaming industry. I fully work in the video games development. We are the creators. Then there's the players. And then there's now gambling, which is a game of chance. And you are mainly playing not for fun, entertainment, or to achieve anything aside making money.
And these are enabled by government policies.
Yeah, so because the gambling guys, I can't really blame the government, right? The gambling guys are turning in a lot of money.
I'm referring to that aspect where you mentioned about the video gaming and how you are playing professionally for a prize.
Yes. So
that's
the
enabled.
e-sport. That's the e-sport side. And the government just recently set up the Nigerian e-sport Federation because now, as part of the Olympics, e-sport is a core part of that. And we have stakeholders like Kumi, Adeni, Pebi, who runs Game Evo at the forefront of that industry. So you see, even in this game industry, I am leading like the game development. We have people that lead the play, the organizing of tournaments and all. And Game Evo is at the forefront of that. We have other stakeholders like 10N8, Mobile, and so much more. Gamer Africa as well. So this is a huge sector, but we are all working together to see how to educate the government and the difference, because we're not gambling at all. We don't gamble.
Because that's where we're still going to dwell there. Now, I've played some games where you get stuck somewhere and they're telling you to purchase a coin, to buy something. Then I realized that you are going to buy an e-coin or a virtual coin that you need, it is linked in such a way you actually have to purchase it with your money.
How else are we supposed to make money? So it's called in-app purchases, and it's a general thing in the app industry. At the core of it, the games we build still are distributed to you as apps, mobile apps, right? And so the question is, how do we make money from games? There are three key ways. One, premium purchase. So we can do a game and say, hey, you want to play this game, buy it. You know Nigerians, most people will not buy it. Two, ads. You are playing the game and ads pop up, right? And so the more people that click on the ads, the more revenue. But the issue is to make like maybe $1, you need like 100,000 people to click the ads. You know Nigerians,
100,000
like an estimate, to make just $1. And you know how Nigerians are with ads these days as well. Even on YouTube, they install ad blockers and they like if they don't want to pay for premium, right? And the next thing again is now in-app purchase. There are many more, but these are the three main common ones, which is, okay, I give you the game for free, but if you want to have like, maybe it's Christmas, you want to have an art, or you want to have stronger power in the game or so, just make a small purchase. And that is how game developers make money. Because once more, we're not gambling. So we're rendering a service we have to be paid for.
Now, on the other part of it, you talked about the e-gaming, something that has been also adopted by the Olympics.
Yes.
Please talk to us about that.
Yeah, so that's the esports side. The Olympics, just as you go, you know, chess is a part of the Olympics, all these kind of things, swimming. So gaming is a skill. Like I mentioned before, people that play games, they have more cognitive skills. Their brains are sharper, their eyes are sharper. So they have decided, when they look at the revenue and the attention it has, because even as a brand right now, if you are trying to connect with the young youth today, it's either you are doing games or you are talking anime or you're doing cartoons or so. How many Gen Zs are listening to radio? They're on YouTube, they're on TikTok. And the content they're consuming is games. People even watch people live stream games, right? Right? And the live streamers make their money from just live streaming games. So some people even love games so much. They're so connected to the art that, oh, they know they can't play, but they just want to watch people that know how to play it very well. And those people make money from that.
Okay.
So these are the things changing, and yeah.
The industry in Nigeria, if you, in your estimation, how much is it worth?
I don't like putting numbers in because there's a number floating around, but I always ask, why is that money not coming to me? Okay. Yeah, but the industry is worth close to $1 billion in Nigeria.
$1 billion?
Yes, close to. And so as to the fact as to where is this coming from, is it from gaming? Is it from game development? Is it from gambling? Because once more, they're still trying to create that clear division between gaming and gambling. But the Nigerian games industry is what, I think $1 billion or $180 million. I don't know. Okay, I don't like playing with those numbers.
Okay, let's look at it. If we look at the continent of Africa, 1.4 billion people.
Yeah.
And a larger demography of that are the youths. And like you rightly said, these are demographic that are into this gaming.
Yes.
So when you look at that, how as Africa Comicade, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure I'm pronouncing the name of it.
That's correct.
How are they working towards getting this straight to at least that demography in the continent of Africa, if not for anything, at least to bring it to for the economic value and the commercial value.
Okay, so there are two ways we look at this sector, right? There are two trains of thought. There's a group of people that believe build games about Africa for Africa, right? There are people that say build games. Actually, there's three. There are people that say build games about Africa for the world. And there are people that say just build games, just build fun games, whether it's for Africa or so, because most people that pay for games, and this is the key thing, everybody wants to see a game. But how many people pay for the game? Because if you're not paying, you're not running a business.
Okay.
If your customer cannot afford what you are creating. And when I spoke earlier, I mentioned the socioeconomic factor affecting the growth of our industry. If you look at Africa today, entertainment is the last of the hierarchy of what we spend on. I think there was a report some months back that most Nigerians spend their money on food and transport. Yeah, and after that, if you want to pay for anything entertainment, the highest is either on the music side or Netflix. And you know how we share Netflix passwords. So, whilst we also want to capture the African market, it's also very important as a business-wise, especially a business that wants to grow, to know that you need to focus on the paying audience. And that's why I said the competition is global. We already have a studio that has built a game that the world bought. Right?
Okay.
Touchdown was acquired by a publisher, Acclaim, from Nigeria. And we've been trying to get local investors and all, but we still have to go through, oh, games are not bad, oh, it is not gambling. But there's a market already out there. And you know how people follow success stories.
Yes.
So let's focus on building the business. In the past, a lot of people were taking this as passion. Oh, I can build a game. Everybody claps for you, you showcase. But you can't grow because the people around you cannot buy. So what we are focusing on now is whether you're telling African stories or you're just building fun games, have your audience clearly defined. And for us at Africa Comicade, we don't see the audience limited to Africa because we have social problems that don't allow, we don't have a lot of disposable income in the pockets of our youth. Okay. And when they are spending, they spend on immediate things they can see, touch, feel. That's a majority of what the Africans, food, clothes, entertainment, go see a movie, go to a party, before they think of digital products. Yes. But we are getting there. And the Gen Zs are changing. They have a behavior to pay. They are able to pay because there's now more tech, fintech platforms and all. Yes. They are willing to pay. And then they have that disposable income more than the millennials. They have a habit of spending. Yeah. Most millennials and the ones before, they are more frugal with their money. But a lot of Gen Zs, they are investing, they are buying stocks, they are trading cryptocurrencies, they are doubling their income, and then they are spending as well. Okay. So Africa is definitely going to be the next frontier, I have no doubt. Okay. But for today, we need to build a sustainable industry that can benefit in the market of tomorrow, which is Africa.
Okay, just very short time to wrap up. But the thing is, I want to talk about two things. First of all, in the agricultural industry, agriculture, farming, the government has some form of policy where it buys off the products from the farmer who cannot access the market, or who has very, very limited access to the market. So it buys off the product, most especially the perishable goods, so that it doesn't perish or go bad. It buys it. So there's just a ready market for that.
Exactly.
In the gaming, and you'll be talking about some form of reception from the government and ministries. Do you have such plans or policy in place for those who have been able to build, but they cannot get access in the global market?
Yeah, so that is where publishers come in, and that is where we as Africa Communicate also come in. Like we said, we are the launch pad. So we connect them to exchange programs so that they can meet those publishers, they can meet those people that know how to distribute games. Because we don't have any locally. We don't have any strong one locally. We also organize conventions, like the one coming up this September 29th, October 4, so that they can meet investors. They can show people what they are doing, right? All of this is for us to build publicity about the market, for them to showcase their work, show people it is possible from here, and they also get feedback. They build networks even outside the industry. Remember, like I mentioned, one problem we had is most of the stakeholders in the games industry are programmers.
Yes.
They need to discuss with people from the finance side. This year, we are working with Providence. We are working with Salam Alliance. We've been working with Bawa and Igodalo on the legal side. So we are
Bank of Industry?
Bawa and Igodalo.
Okay,
Yes,
I mean, I'm talking about Bank of Industry.
Yeah, we're trying to speak with them because they do have a creative fund. But when they say creative, most of them just think fashion, music, film. Nobody thinks game development.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Lastly, I need you to... These people that you're going for, most of them are in the Nigerian academic space, universities.
Yeah.
Have you explored that?
Yes, we have. We have the, once more as the launchpad for the industry, we have the Spark Fellowship, which is basically if you want to join the games industry, then you can actually come there and learn game development.
Yes.
Right. Even on the esports side, stakeholders like Game Evo, Nexa Gaming, 10N8, they organize esports competition tours. So they go to these universities and organize gaming tournaments to introduce those people. The last quarter, we worked with Nexa Gaming and 10N8. They went to University of Ibadan, University of Port Harcourt, even outside Lagos. Yeah. Okay. But so what we are doing now is because the chicken and egg problem, for us, we're very careful about just showing people, because the games industry is very sexy. You're like, oh, games, you can do games. But monetization is something we are working to crack. So whilst we are telling people that, hey, there's a games industry, you can become a game developer, it's very important that there are jobs for game developers before we put them in. It's not a poverty alleviation scheme. Game developments are expensive, very difficult. It's like the top tier of software development. I put it on the same level with artificial intelligence development, because we even use AI in games as well. So games are expensive, they are very difficult to build, and there's not a lot of game studios to be off-takers, because the game studios are not making money. So that's why it's a tough workforce, but that's what we are doing. We have to build the ecosystem. We have to ensure that the game studios grow to be sustainable and make money. And then we are training so that when they grow and they need talents, there's talents that can come in.
Thank you so much. Oscar Michael is here. It's been nice having this conversation with you. And I didn't actually want to stop, but my time is telling me you just have to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to having you again and probably coming to your program, your convention this September.
Yes.
Okay. And that's Oscar Michael Esio. He's the founder of Africa Communicate, a pan-African organization dedicated to nurturing talent and fostering collaboration across video game, animation, and interactive media industries through conferences, game jams, mentorship programs, and global partnerships. Africa Communicate connects developers, artists, and investors, helping African creators reach international market. Oscar is a leading advocate for diversity and inclusion in gaming, working to ensure that women and underrepresented communities have a voice in shaping Africa's creative tech future. His initiatives have supported dozens of startups and inspired a new generation of African storytellers and game developers. Thank you so much for your time with us on Souk News Television and in Just Africa. I'm looking forward to having you again.
Same here.
And this is where we draw the curtain. Do have yourself a splendid day ahead.
Was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million. A testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
The National Theatre, Igomu, during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTIVE, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTIVE 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Express Troll, a Bulgarian company, mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, Souk Enlightenment.
Well, you already know, my name is Steve Omojafor, and my middle name is Bamidele. That was the name that my parents gave me at birth, because it was like they regarded themselves as not Lagosians. It is Providence that brought them into Lagos, and I then happened to be born here at Odo Street in Balinde. And in fact, we didn't go to Mercy Hospital then. There was a little home along Odo Street run by a very experienced nurse. Mama Nurse, that's what we, So I was born in that little place and grew up from there. Like I said, my middle name is Bamidele. My parents probably said, well, we have had it here, but this is not home. As at that time, you will go home with us. No problem. So I started off at St. Matthias Catholic Primary School on Lou Street. And I was in St. Matthias from 1953 till 1960, when we finished with our primary school leaving certificate. Then from there, an extra year at Holy Cross School. We did that extra, they call it prep class. Prepare yourself to go to the secondary school. And from Holy Cross for 1 year, I moved on to St. Gregory's College, Lagos. Now, growing up in Lagos was one of the best things that happened to us then. Life was good, life was easy, life was safe, life was like everything that a young man could aspire to. We went to school with Scholars Bus, which was virtually provided for free. When Scholars Bus was not available, it was fun walking from Obalinde, firstly to St. Matthias, and then from there to St. Gregory's College. Life was good, life was safe. You could go out any time of the day. You could play from house to house. Parents knew each other very well. And so, in fact, when you were late somewhere on your street or in your neighborhood, you could sleep there because they would send a message to your home that daily is here, so don't bother. The next morning you wake up, have your bath, have breakfast, return to your home. There was this community life that we all lived. Parents could discipline children of their friends. Okay? Not like these days, you dare not touch any other child. The parents will come and, do a battle with you. That I didn't send my child to you to be flogged or to be beaten. So it was a very beautiful life. So went to St. Matthias, went to St. Gregory's College, and then from there to University of Lagos. We were brothers keepers. School was fun. Teachers were all there just to teach you. And there was no messing around. There weren't any bad habits that people could be developing along the line, So that was my life growing up. So we were all walking through Balinde to Lafiaji, to Campus Square, to Tokumbo, Okekpokpo, So we were children of the neighborhood. We were children of the area. So I'm never ashamed to say I'm an area boy in Lafiaji. Today it has become a taboo, but then we were proud of our origin. We were proud of our place of birth, and we were proud growing up in the neighborhood. So today, still believe me, I get up on some Fridays, I just go to Lafiaji, I stay with the guys. Okay, not all of us were fortunate enough to go through the system. Okay, so those who, in quote, we left behind, we still, a lot of the time, we still talk to them. We still relate to them when there are problems that we could fix. We help out. Because, it wasn't their fortune to be able to have gone. I know some dropped out, on their own volition. But generally, we all like the idea of going to school, but some couldn't make it. But we still relate to them. We are still friends. So I'm not surprised I leave Holy Cross Cathedral and I just hear people call me my names. And I know these people are those who knew me when we were growing up. Okay. Let me start by saying that even at secondary school, I read a lot. I was interested in the newspapers, and a lot of the time I read something, there was always this beautiful column of letters to the editor. So anything that I read that I liked, I sit down, 2-3 paragraphs letter to the editor to compliment what they've done, to criticize what I didn't like, and these things were published, and I liked it. Okay, you open the papers and you just see, contributed by Steve Omojafo, or some will call me Bamidele Omojafo. So that kept me getting interested in the media. So when I left secondary school, after higher school, I would just pay a visit to Daily Times, which was in Tinubu, Kakawa Street. I just pay a visit there, and I got talking to people. They would take me to the newsroom, they would just show me how newspapers are produced and all that. That ignited my interest. So when I left higher school, mass communication was what occurred to me. I know that my uncle, you are not doing accountancy, you are not doing engineering, you are not doing medicine, you want to go and become a newspaper boy. I said yes. this is where my interests lie. So I got admitted to Lagos University and studied mass communication there. And while I was there, I developed a column in Lagos Weekend of those days. Every Friday I was contributing. And I was writing under the name of Akibodilon. Now, Akibodilon itself is a name that I picked up in a drama group. Because we had a drama group that we produced all kinds of little plays here and there at Jekirandu Hall, you know. So one of the roles I played was Akibodilon. So when I started writing my columns in Daily Times and Lagos Weekend, I just used that pen name, Akibodilon. So I did the program and I started writing for Daily Times campus news, things that happen during elections, battle between the male and female, problems with the tutors and everything. So it became a very regular program. In fact, I inherited the program from late Barabo Ogusawo, you know, who was my boss in the Daily Times. So I did that program for 3 years. It became very popular. It got to a point, Vice Chancellor would call me to say, there's a little thing going on in the university. I hope you have covered it for your paper. And I said, I'm not even employed there. I'm just writing, you know. So I left the University of Lagos, had all kinds of jobs that one could do, but I headed for Daily Times because I just had developed a path for myself, and that is journalism. Okay. So while in the Daily Times, worked with Lagos Weekend, went to Daily Times proper and worked there. I was a columnist, I was a sub-editor, and also a reporter. Combined everything. So that was where my interest grew, and it was very painful when I had to leave the Daily Times organization. And what did I go to? Linters advertising. When I walked into Linters, and I said to the chairman managing director, and I said, I want a job. I said, just like that? I said, yes, sir. You know, then it was easy to communicate with people. We're not too many, so they listen to you. So he said, what are you doing now? I said, I'm a sub-editor at the Daily Times. So why are you coming to advertising? I want to broaden my space. I want to broaden my experiences. It took about 3 months, and I got a job in Linters. And I remember Alhaji Babatunde Joseph, when I was going to leave, said, look, Steve, where are you going? I said, I'm going to Linters. I said, well, we do the same thing. They package programs commercially. Here we do our papers and we go sell, you know. So I said, okay, sir, let me just go gather some experience at Linters. And Linters and Daily Times were just 5 minutes walk from each other. And I said, sir, if the editor needs me for anything, trust me, I will spend my time and money, do write-ups for Daily Times. So I was like working in advertising and still writing for the Daily Times, you know. So that was my life. From Linters, we set up our own company known as Roosevelt Advertising Limited. And Roosevelt, was formed by 3 partners, you know, two friends of mine. 3 of us were at Lagos University at the same mass comm department. So we came out, and I left Daily Times to set up Roosevelt. One of my partners left Cadbury to join us, and Akadusi left ADMAC, another advertising company. So 3 of us came together and we set up Roosevelt. We call ourselves second generation agencies because before then we were the Ogilvy, the Lintas, grant advertising, and so on. So we set up a small shop in Surrey, and it grew beyond our own imagination. From Roosevelt, we set up a second line agency called McCann, STB McCann, got affiliated to a company in America, McCann Erickson. So that was how it all went on. Now, I didn't do banking and I didn't work as a banker. The interesting story is that one day, while still at Roosevelt, no, STB McCann then, I got a phone call from somebody I've never met before. And I picked up the call. He said, my name is ABC, blah, blah, blah. And he said, the managing director of Zenith Bank wants to talk to me. So I said, okay, there's no problem. I know I'm not owing any bank and all that. He said, no, he just wants to talk to you. So he picked up the line and said, my name is this. I said, my name is this. He said, can we meet? So I said, she, no problem. He said, no. So we agreed to meet. And it got to be that he wanted to appoint a couple of directors for the bank before they went public. And what I said to him was, I'm not a banker. I didn't study finance or economics. He said, no. What I want from you is your name and your integrity. Nothing beyond that. That was the beginning of the story. So I got onto the board and I learned a lot. You know, I'm somebody who doesn't get to a place and I want to show them what I know or what I don't know. You could make a fool of yourself sometimes. So for me, like the first 6 months or 1 year, was just go to the meeting, listen to them, know where they are coming from, know what the focus is, and know what the expectations are. So I picked it up from there. Gradually, I got into the system. Of course, naturally, buy some books on banking, finance, just read, you know, so at least you know how the banks operate. I've always been a customer of the banks. It is very small scale. And all I did was follow the banking trend. You know, there weren't too many banks in Nigeria at that point in time. But I followed through. And that was it. I got onto the board. And somewhere along the line, there was the policy of the central bank. The managing director had to step aside, so to say. The chairman had overspent some time regulated by the CBN. And they approached me and said, you are going to become, the board, you're going to become the chairman of the board. I said, me? And they said, yes. I've met a lot of people here, so why me? Anyway, to cut the short story long, I was eventually made the chairman of Zenith Bank. And I was chairman for 4 years. And then CBN rules changed again. The MD came back, and I was very happy to hand over the bank to him. And I said I was going to leave when he came back. He said no. Statutorily, as he had 2 more years on the board, that no, you got to stay and live out your time. And then, so I did. And after 12 years, I eventually bowed out from the bank and returned full time to my own job, which I've been known for, and that is the media world. Okay, so I get invited for interviews, for programs here and there. Like you said, it's always a good thing. You have something you have learned over the years, you want to impact it on the younger ones, you know, who are coming. I mean, my first son, for instance, you know, went through the media scene, now in advertising, and I go on encouraging them. I retired from active day-to-day operations about almost 15 years ago, you know, but I'm still keeping pace with what is going on around me. Yeah, I mean, the society itself is very dynamic. There's been a lot of changes over time. I mean, I look back to during my own time in the newspaper world, and I can count just about 4 or 5 newspapers then. Okay, Morning Post, Daily Times, The Express, and a couple of others. So we knew each other, we knew the practice, we exchanged news information, we exchanged. I mean, if you had a news that was breaking, you know, you want to call up colleagues from other papers, we all go there as a team, right? Because stories will be written from different angles, no matter what you do, you know. So, newspaper was great. And it was so good. In the morning, your byline was there, and people were trying to reach you, you know, about the quality. Quality was good. Quality was good. And there wasn't too much of freelancing in those days, in the newspaper world. So you were either fully employed or you didn't belong. Same thing for radio. I mean, for instance, television I didn't do much about. While in journalism and in newspaper world, I was writing for radio. Okay, interesting stories. I had there was a name to this program, the Oddities, Odd World. So we were picking up things that were odd. People that didn't imagine what they were. It's not something that was very common. So we went on doing that. So newspapers were growing, radio was growing, television was growing, and out-of-home media was also growing. And talk about the dynamism of the system. Suddenly, people were now going out of buying a newspaper every day to sit down and hold it in front of you, trying to read from beginning, from cover to cover. Other forms of communication came on. With the advent of mobile phones, things began to change. In our own time, it was the phone you put on the desk and you were dialing in, you know. A lot of the time you could never get across, okay? Suddenly, mobile phone came onto the scene. And news coverage was transformed completely from what it used to be. Okay? So now people on their phone could reach out, you could touch Germany, touch America, touch all parts of Europe, just sitting down in your office to gather information, gather news, what is new, you know? And then of course, we now had more television stations, no longer NTA alone, okay? Now with the news stations, things were just expanding. Things were broadening up, and news gathering became something new altogether, and everybody was heading for a new phenomenon altogether. So today, you don't have to be a big guy to be able to tell your stories. Little children tell their stories, females tell their stories, you know. So really we have moved from the days of waiting to read your newspaper to gather your news. Now, with your phone on your palm, you could do wonders all over. But of course, standard also, in some areas, standard will improve. In some areas, standards will go down. Because the multiplicity of media sources create problems. The kind of quality control we used to have in those days was disappearing. And people can build up stories without even being there to know if it is factual or not. So of course, the turmoil that we are going through in the media space now is better imagined. But I still believe that for those who have structures like the one you are building up now, will enable people to know that you've got to check, you've got to cross-check, okay? We have laws that control what we say, what you do, what you publish. Of course, they are not as rigid as they should be, So, in terms of content these days, you have to ensure that you check your facts before you can believe, what they are saying or make any sense out of them. So really it has become all commerce affair. And this is not going to be the end. The explosion is going to continue. Maybe in a few years to come, you're going to have a stronger media control than what we have now. People are building content, you go on YouTube, you go on all kinds of media and you are getting all kinds. What you hear from your WhatsApp is different from what you're going to get in your YouTube, you go to Instagram. People are selling themselves with all kinds of stories. So really, for me, we've gone through the era of sanity. Yeah? And I hate to say, we've gone into the era where anything you can think of, say it, write it, do it. And for the consumers, it's like you either take it or you leave it. But it's good that we can now reach out much, much widely. Thanks to our mobile news. You talk to people in any village in Nigeria. And suddenly one thing that didn't grab us so early was you open up your Google map and you don't have to stop people on the street anymore. Show me where I'm going. Just go to the app and it leads you to the front of the house you are going to. So we have a lot of improvements, and I think it's going to be improving some more. All we just need to watch is to ensure that we remain truthful and we remain factual, so that we don't mislead people on the street, particularly people in the rural areas. One day you just see everybody running helter-skelter because somebody posted a news that is not correct. So we need to watch that and put some more control. But I like the growth in the media space. Let's get back. When I got into the banking sector, I saw myself more as a customer than a board member. I haven't been a journalist, which I still am. I wrote so much about what consumers or customers were going through in the banks. It was the period of tally number, Remember this commercial, where somebody carried a mat. I said, what are you carrying a mat in the bag? I want to lay down here Because I knew before I get my money, I will have slept once or twice and woken up, you know. So I was very consumer oriented. When I got into the banking system, a couple of times my board members will ask me, are you on the board or you are still a customer? I said, first and foremost, I want to remain a customer of the bank. Who will come into the bank and get properly served? Who will come into the bank and feel like human? Who will come into the bank feel important? Because it's your money in the bank. Even if it's only 1,000 naira, it's your money. You need to be treated with some dignity and respect. And that was my mentality that I took into the board of the bank. I said, listen, I am not too happy the way customers are treated. It is their money, no matter how small. Treat them with respect, treat them with dignity. So they started listening to me after some time. And I said, look, customer service is extremely important. In those good old days, you will hardly hear about customer service in any of the major banks. It wasn't there. But gradually, people started being important. It was more of retail. I mean, yeah, you can deal with the big corporate organizations, but at the same time, it is these poor students, poor market women, you know, people who are out there on the street laboring hard to bring their money. So that was one area I was extremely happy that we developed that area of retail banking and being able to make the consumer the king. Okay, so that was part of it. Then, of course, I said to the bank, I said to them, fine, it is very good to make huge profits. Okay, but at the same time, the customers that come in here and from their money we make our profits, let us also consider the kind of interest they get from their deposits. Today, when the banks take your money to deposit, okay? No. When you go to the bank and say, I need assistance, I need a loan, and you tell them, give them all the facts and figures, okay? They will tell you, you are going to pay interest of 20%, 23%, blah, 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 blah. When they take your money to put in the bank, they give you an interest of 2%, 3%, 4%. And I just couldn't live with it. I mean, if you are giving me a loan, you're charging me so much. When I put my money there, it's also a loan to you. Why will you leave me with 2 or 3%? And I thought the system wasn't quite right. It was too skewed towards the bank than the customer. So I met a lot of pushbacks, you know, in that area. And I must just say, it's an area I think government should still be interested in. I mean, in the civilized world, interest rate hovers between 3%, 5%. In Nigeria, it goes as far as. I mean, maybe in Africa, not just Nigeria. You know, I know we are developing, but at the same time, let's develop together. You know, for both those that we are taking in their money and for those we are giving money to. So that there is some level of balance. So I really worked hard in that area. I may not have fully succeeded. Then I think finally, one other thing that I think I was able to do at the bank is our staff also requires some upliftment. And certainly banks started employing senior people. They started moving people up. They look more at the system now than just ownership. So generally, of course, more banks have come into the scene. A lot of new banks, so people can spread out, and salaries started going up for bankers and all that. But of course, requirements were also extremely high. So generally, I think today we have a much stronger banking system, and we are still growing. Now, the bank for a long time have been let loose to do whatever they want to do at the disadvantage of customers, like I started off with. Now, our leaders, and when I say leaders, let me point on just our presidents. The system was such that our presidents could do anything they like with the banks. It was almost an extension of the State House. You just pick up your bell and you ring, and the governor of Central Bank will come shaking, because you had the power, bring him in and fire him. So he had to respect everything that the president wants. And it's wrong. This time around, I can say, even in some parts of Africa, you couldn't run the central bank the way we ran it here. All the CBN governors wanted to do, please the president, and you are free to do whatever you want to do. And it's wrong. It's wrong. I mean, take even Britain here. Have you ever heard this kind of relationship between the Prime Minister of England and the CBN governor? No. Everybody has his mandate. In places, in climes like that, the president doesn't call up the central bank governor. Go and do this. Go and do that. Exchange rate should be done. Change your policy to be done. I mean, that's part of the problem we've had in this country. So the last government and their CBN just ran this country to their whims and caprices. You leave your monetary policy. In fact, you are running both monetary and fiscal at the same time. You took the Minister for Finance, for instance, and you have no dealings with him or her. You ran their own programs for them, and you did things that they should do, but they couldn't query you because the president, had your back. So a lot of things went wrong. And the result is now here for all of us to see. So look at the changing of our redesign, what we call redesigning of the currency. Now we know there are so many ways you should have done it, but we put politics and added it into our financial and monetary policies. We wanted to do it specifically to change the course of history. And it is wrong. so today, we now know what's happening at the central bank. In fact, if the true story of what went on in the last 8 years was told, I don't know what will be left of this country. You know? I mean, you had this little thing in the Constitution that said the government can borrow from the CBN within certain limits. They call it ways and means. But no. And there was a percentage tied to it. You can't do more than 5%. And by the time you're asking for the new one, you should have paid up. We went on piling up. It's like just go and print the money. You know what Idi Amin used to do in Uganda in those days. That's the kind of situation we found ourselves. Very regrettable. But I believe some sanity will now come into this space. The new central bank has at least outlined its policies. It has also said, let me keep to my monetary policy, which is my area, and leave the paperwork and how they want to run it. People who deal with the fiscal area. So we want to change. We think things should change. Now, before now, we borrowed and borrowed without thinking about how are we going to pay? Who are we leaving this debt for? Now we know it's for you and me to still do our work, put in as much money as we can, no matter how little, into the bank, and revive the banking industry. Okay, so the CBN has its own role, and my prayer and my wish is that they will keep their own part of the bargain, leave other people, you know. The Minister for Finance has said it that much. We should, I mean, we all know, simple economics, you don't borrow money to pay your debt. You borrow money for production. You borrow money to fix things like your all maintenance and all that. Where our money should be coming from. That's what you borrow money for. You don't borrow money for wastages. You don't borrow money to satisfy your whims and caprices. You don't borrow money to just go out there and waste it. Now, you borrow money to pay back your debt. At the end of the day, we are back lower than where we started off from. So really, my appeal to both the president and his cabinet, particularly those that do with finance, give them some room. You put them there because you think they know what they're supposed to do. Give them the space. If it goes breathing down their neck, at some point, it will just be, President said so, President said, even things that the President did not say, President said so, and it's got to be done. And we are running a country, even when you run your home, you are able to sit down with your little income and plan. Every day we are being told, if you earn this much, use this little bit, keep the rest in the bank, because you never know about tomorrow. So that's where we find ourselves, and I believe that if everything goes right, we should see massive changes from what it was, the last 8 years. We need drastic changes in the system. My mom in Abalinde used to say to me, when I want to be lazy, he will make sure you do what she wants you to do. I will remind you that hard work doesn't kill. It is laziness that turns you into an inconsequential human being. sense of direction. We grew up learning hard work, both in school and out of school. I, for instance, hawked on the streets of Lagos with my mom. You leave St. Gregory's College, now not primary school, St. Gregory's College. You come back. My mother was a textile seller. Got it, probably went to Balogun, pick up. When I come back from school after my lunch, get a basket full of cloth, which I put on my head, and we go from street to street. My mother is carrying her tape rule and another measurement stick, and we'll go round Obalinde, Goshere, Bamboshe, Oshoji, and we were selling. From there, she graduated to owning a shop in Balogun. When I leave school, I was her accountant, so to say, bookkeeper. All the things they sold, I make, keep the records and everything. I helped her take the money to the bank. It was Barclays Bank, what was it called then? Yeah, Barclays Bank, before it became Union Bank in Balogun. So I've learned how to trade. I've learned how to make money. I've learned how to deal with customers. Plus that, I was also a bread seller. Somewhere along Strachan Street off Ibochire, there was a big bakery owned by the Lawson family. To be able to get enough bread, you got to get there between 5 and 6 in the morning. Okay? So let me cut it short. We learned to work hard. And that working hard continued with us up to where we are today. We also were very straight-minded in terms of what we wanted to be. We played pranks, so we went out to play football, we went out to play with the girls and everything. But at the end of the day, you returned home. And our parents didn't spare the rod. They didn't. You came back later than expected to. They would lie you on the floor and dealt with you. So the combination of the kind of upbringing and the kind of training we went through home probably kept us where we are. And like I said to you before we started the interview, you knew that if you finish your primary school, secondary school is the next thing. If you finish secondary school, you don't know what you were going to reading for. Not until probably when you got to the university, did it occur to you, okay, I'm going to choose a profession. But all along, we just did it because that was what the system and environment asked for. So, secret of success, hard work, hard work, hard work. No. I had a father who was very finicky about appearance. When I lived on Igboshere Road, our church was on Louis Street, so to say, walking distance. He taught me how to wear full agbada right from primary school, secondary school. I mean, today, you just wear Buban Shokoto, you go to church. Never was that happening. It's got to be full. Right. Then from there, by the time you got into, my father died while I was in university. Before then, he was always having this very thin bow tie, not this bigger one, bigger sizes now. Thin, Even when his dress is khaki, he still had it on. So I admired him, but initially I was on my long time, up to the point, and I look back at some photographs we took when we were in the secondary school, and I thought, no, let me go back to those old days. Some people tell me it makes you look old. I said, I don't mind, but these days I have just acquired that fashion taste, which has suddenly become my, what do you call it? Become what I'm known with, and I enjoy it. And I encourage people, once in a while, put on your bow tie. It makes you look good, makes you look impressionable, it makes you look a serious person, and it makes people take a second look at you. I think number one, parents started sparing the rod. Call it civilization, call it growing up and all that. Parents started sparing the rod because they always whipped us to shape. You knew what was expected of you, and you did it. Because if you didn't do it, your punishment is waiting for you. But as we grew up, you probably will ask me today, do I use the rod for my children, for instance? And the answer is no. And why it is no is that these days the children look up to you. They are more exposed than what we were. More exposed. They know what daddy does. If you show them a bad example, they will repeat that bad example. If they know that when daddy wakes up in the morning, before he goes anywhere, he needs time to say his prayers. He too, unconsciously, will copy you. If they know that when dad goes out, he comes back certain time. It doesn't come in at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. Subconsciously, they too will know there's something that this old man sees that doesn't make him go out all night. So they copy from us. But then, like people say, I don't know how correct it is, that these days people are so busy looking for money, they're all over the place, they abandon the home to nannies and housemates and all that, and the children a lot of the time are on their own. But people like you and I, for instance, probably had housemates in the house. You see, but the work that the housemaid does, we were also made to do it. Right? Washing our plates, staying in the kitchen to see how things are prepared. You took us through it, even if you didn't have to do it yourself. And that's why you and I are what we are today. But for the modern, young families, most if there's some money to back it up, no, the children don't touch a lot of housework in the homes. They can go out by the time they like. They can wear, you see some little young girls and what they wear. In fact, even to the church, you want to ask yourself, where did their parents go to see what the children are wearing? Particularly the female. Even the guys wearing what they, think they don't use the belt, the trouser will just be somewhere on their hips and all that. Yeah, we want them to express themselves. but within control. So wrapping up on that, I'm going to say, yes, we grew up under stronger control. Today's parents are so much in love with their children. They don't want to make them unhappy. You don't want to, pick up a stick and hit them. But I don't quarrel with that. But please be there for them when they need you. And don't be scared to talk to your parents. To talk to your children. No. We should never be scared to talk to them. Because they are not going to take us over. They are our children. So what you don't want them to do, communication, extremely important. Talk to them. Let them, because peer pressure is extremely strong out there. They're mixing with so many guys from much even richer homes who have more to spoil their children with. Now you are a moderate family, your moderate children have to mix and relate and go out with guys with stronger economic background. There is some disconnect there. Let's bring our children closer. Let's talk to them. A lot of parents don't talk to their children, and it's not right, because the more you talk to them, the more they have that empathy for you. They know you care for them. They know, because you have been moderately successful, for instance, they too want to be successful like you are, and all you are saying to them, follow my footsteps and you may not go wrong. And don't make wealth, money, the thing that should govern your homes. Don't spoil the children. Give them adequately what we all need to survive, and they will survive. In those days, while all you needed to take to school was 1 shilling. Okay, you still see children from rich homes who came with £1 and stuff like that. But let's be contented. Let's teach the children to be contented with what we have. Families are growing, society is expanding, and we can reach out to any part of the world. Now, we need to bring them closer to the home. At least up till the time that they are leaving you to go and start up there. But as long as they're still within your influence, it's very important that children and their families come much, much stronger together. I'm going to start with sports. I was an avid squash player. Okay, back in school, a bit of football, a bit of tennis, and all that. But when I started growing up seriously, I loved squash. And I played squash until I was over 50. Okay, and the doctor said, slow down on squash. So today, I do my swimming. Okay, I still do my swimming 2-3 times a week. Okay, and then of course, I walk. There's this thing that keeps on saying, if all you can do is walk for 30-40 minutes a day. Okay, and then of course, I'm an avid fan of football up till today. I wish we could develop a local league so that I could slow down on my European Premier League sessions. So I love football and I love lawn tennis up to now. Now, favorite color, subdued. Okay, hot colors frighten me. Okay, and if you have to do it, just make it minimal. when I pick my dress, for instance, you got to know you want.
Hello and welcome to the World News on Sook News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. The House of Representatives pledges to guarantee transparent and effective oversight government's NAIRA-for-CRUDE oil policy for broader economic reforms. Managing Director of AJAOKUTA Steel Company, Professor Nasir Naim, says fully operational steel plants could generate over 500,000 jobs. Africa Development Bank spearheads a new initiative to expand electricity access to 3 million Africans come 2030. Indian government signs $7 billion deal for 97 indigenous Tejas fighter jets. And President Tinubu reiterated Nigeria's readiness to host 2030 Commonwealth Games as the country seeks to make history as the first African nation to stage the event. The Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, has assured Nigerians that the Parliament will guarantee transparent and effective oversight of the federal government's NAIRA-for-CRUDE oil policy. The initiative is designed to exchange Nigeria's crude oil for Naira rather than foreign currencies. It's part of broader economic reforms to stabilize the local currency and secure energy supply. Speaking in Abuja on Wednesday at the inauguration of the ADA Committee on the Implementation and Oversight of the Policy, Abbas, represented by the minority leader Kingsley Chinda, described the exercise as a vital step towards strengthening accountability in one of the country's most critical energy sector reforms. He emphasized that the Parliament's involvement would ensure effective monitoring and prevent possible abuses. The policy aligns with the government's Renewed Hope agenda, which prioritizes reducing inflation, boosting domestic production, and improving Nigeria's trade balance. Lawmakers also highlighted the potential of the initiative to deepen local value addition in the petroleum sector and support long-term economic stability. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has assured Nigerians of sufficient cash circulations during the festive season, pledging to tackle the recurring challenge of currency scarcity. Speaking at the flag-off of the nationwide sensitization and proper Naira notes handling, CBN Deputy Governor Operations Dr. Bala Mohammed Bello said the bank had put in place adequate arrangements to meet demands across the country. He was represented at the event by the Director, Currency Operations and Branch Management Department, Dr. Sikuru Adedeji Adetona. Bello emphasized that Nigerians must adopt better practices in handling Naira to reduce the high cost of printing and replacement. He cautioned against folding, tearing, spearing at social functions, writing on note, and other forms of abuse that render the currency unfit for transactions. He added that proper Naira handling was crucial for financial inclusion, smooth transaction, and sustaining confidence in the economy, especially the high-demand periods like Christmas and New Year celebrations. The Minister of Marine and Blue Economy, Adegboyega Oyetola, has called for stronger collaborations between citizens and the federal government to freely exploit opportunities within Nigeria's maritime sector. He made the appeal in a statement on Tuesday while addressing participants on the sidelines of the 2025 World Maritime Day. Oyetola noted that the maritime sector holds vast potential to drive economic growth, generate jobs, and boost Nigeria's global trade competitiveness. According to him, a united effort is needed to develop infrastructure, modernize port operations, and expand blue economy initiatives while ensuring maritime resources are managed sustainably. The collective responsibility remains key to transforming the ocean into an engine of prosperity for Nigerians. Nigeria will join the international community to mark 2025 World Maritime Day themed "Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity." The The global event highlights the duty of the nation to protect marine resources for future generations. Oyetola stressed that Nigeria's active participation underscores its commitment to safeguard oceans while unlocking fresh avenues for growth. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has appealed to the Depot and Petroleum Product Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPPMAN, and the Nigerian Union of Petroleum and Natural Gas Workers, NUPENG, to resolve their differences with Dangote Petroleum Refinery through dialogue. The national president of IPMAN, ABUJA-KADUNA, stressed that resorting to public altercations or seeking government intervention could destabilize the downstream oil sector. Shettima noted that constructive engagement with the refinery remained the most effective way to guarantee steady fuel distribution across the country. According to him, the Dangote refinery represents a major investment in Nigeria's energy security, and disputes between key stakeholders must be addressed in a manner that strengthens rather than weakens this sector. He urged the group to prioritize collaboration, stressing that open channels of communications would resolve concern over oil pricing and access more effectively. The IPMAN leader added that peaceful dialogue would safeguard jobs, sustain investor confidence, and ensure a reliable supply of petroleum products to Nigerians. He maintained that industry harmony should take precedence over confrontation, as the collective goal must be to eliminate fuel scarcity and deliver stability in the nation's petroleum market. Fuel marketers across Lagos, Ogun, and other states have not just adjusted their pump price to reflect the new rate recently announced by the Dangote Petroleum Refinery, leaving motorists frustrated as they continue paying above the expected level. Despite the refinery's downward adjustment last week, checks by our correspondent on Wednesday revealed that most filling stations in 2 states dispensed petrol at an average of 865 naira per litre. Among the refinery's major downstream partners, including MRS, Hayden, and Adova, compliance with the revised pricing structure has been slow. Hayden was observed selling at 863 naira per litre, the lowest among the group, while others maintained pump prices between 865 and 870 naira. This minimal variation indicates that the anticipated relief for consumers has yet to materialize. Industry players suggest that logistical bottlenecks, supply chain adjustments, and existing stock brought at higher prices could explain the delay. However, motorists express concern over prolonged non-compliance and might undermine the intended impact of the refinery's price cut. Now, the managing director of AJAOKUTA Steel Company, Professor Nasir Naim Abdulsalam, has said that a fully operational steel plant could generate over 500,000 jobs and save Nigeria $4 billion annually in steel import. He disclosed this on Monday at the 2025 International Conference Exhibition and Annual General Meeting of the Association of Professional Women Engineers of Nigeria, APMAN, held in Ibadan. Abdulsalam stressed that the revival of AJAOKUTA Steel would not only cut Nigeria's huge import bill, but also unlock opportunities for industrialization, infrastructure development, and economic growth. The APMAN conference also heard from the association's president, engineer Dr. Adebisi Oshim, who urged policymakers to embrace innovative engineering solutions to boost Nigeria's manufacturing base, which contributes only 9.62% to the gross domestic product. Oyo State Acting Governor Barrister Adebayo Lawal added that strengthening the steel sector was critical to industrial diversification, job creation, and sustainable development. Stakeholders agree that revitalizing AJAOKUTA remains a cornerstone of Nigeria's industrial transformation. The Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau, NSIB, has intensified poor infrastructure maintenance and operational lapses as the main causes of the ABUJA-KADUNA train derailment that occurred on August 26, 2025. The Bureau's preliminary report released on Wednesday offers a different perspective from the Nigeria Railway Corporation earlier explanation and points to deep-rooted systemic failures in the country's rail operations. The NSIB confirmed that 21 passengers sustained injuries during the accident, contrary to the 20 initially reported by the NLC. Thankfully, no lives were lost. According to the Bureau, those injured were given first aid treatment at the scene before being evacuated to the nearby hospitals for comprehensive care. The report also highlighted long-standing challenges in rail infrastructure management, stressing that urgent need for safety upgrades and stricter operational compliance. Investigators said addressing these deficiencies is crucial to preventing similar accidents in the future and ensuring public confidence in ABUJA-KADUNA rail service, which remains one of Nigeria's busiest passenger routes. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, we'll bring you more stories. Please stay tuned.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Cocoa remains a significant cash crop in Nigeria, predominantly produced by small-scale farmers in the country's southwest region. Historically, cocoa served as a major source of foreign earnings until the 1970s, when the discovery of petroleum shifted the focus away from agriculture. Despite various challenges from its introduction in 1807 to the present, efforts by successive governments and the resilience of cocoa farmers have sustained its production. to better optimize productivity and ensure fair prices for farmers and high economic returns for the government, the Cocoa Marketing Board, CMB, was established in 1947. However, the goal was not totally achieved as pricing policy weren't favorable, discouraging farmers from producing export crops, and that eventually led to the board's abolition in 1986. This resulted in reduced yields and lower quality cocoa beans. Meanwhile, the millennium era witnessed a shift in farmers' focus towards more economically viable crops like oil palm due to the high cost and intensive care required for cocoa production. Cocoa production faces several obstacles, including limited access to fertilizers, unfavorable climate conditions, pest infestation, poor infrastructure, and land shortages. Also, herders' attacks on farmers have deterred farmers from expanding their farmlands. According to research, despite challenges, cocoa production has empowered many farmers and more stakeholders in the value chain, improving their living standards, enabling them to provide education for their children, cover medical expenses, and build better homes. Concerning the future of cocoa farming in Nigeria, there are mixed opinions among farmers. Some are hopeful that government's reinvestment and addressing current challenges can revive the sector's past success. Others are pessimistic due to persistent issues and the trend of farmers shifting to other crops. Regardless, hope remains for the sector. Solutions like improving land-labor relations, infrastructure, and financial support could revitalize cocoa production, reduce out migration, stabilize prices, and enhance value chain development, ultimately securing a brighter future for Nigerian cocoa farming and its stakeholders. Ojai Michael, reporting for Soak News.
Welcome back to the World News. The World Bank Group and African Development Bank, AFDB, are spearheading a new initiative to expand electricity access to 300 million Africans by 2030. The plan, unveiled at Bloomberg Philanthropies Global Forum in New York on Wednesday, builds on growing international momentum to close the continent's energy access gap and accelerate clean power deployment. As part of their efforts, the Global Energy Alliance for People and Planet, GAPP, announced fresh commitments worth $16 million to support mini-grid projects across Africa. The funds will strengthen Mission 300, a collective framework driving innovative solutions to reach underserved communities and boost economic opportunities through reliable power. A wave of new energy compacts was also signed by 16 African countries, including Benin, Botswana, Ethiopia, Ghana, Kenya, Mozambique, and Sierra Leone. These commitments underscore national government's role in advancing electrification goals and ensuring the initiative's success. Collectively, the program marks one of the most ambitious energy access drives on the continent in decades. Now, South Africa's ports have made some improvements on operations but remain among the lowest ranked globally, according to the World Bank and S&P Global's Container Port Performance Index. Despite upgrades, the country's harbors continue to lag behind more efficient international facilities. State-owned Transnet Port Terminals has been investing in new cranes, equipment, and system to reverse years of decline caused by corruption and mismanagement. The index, covering 2030 to 2024, highlighted these upgrades, including better weather forecasting at 2 key local facilities. Authorities hope ongoing modernization will boost trade efficiency and reduce shipping delays. However, analysts say much more investment and reforms are needed for South Africa's port to climb significantly in global rankings. Lesotho's trade minister announced that the United States plans to extend the African Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA, by 1 year following meetings with U.S. lawmakers in Washington. The program, set to expire on September 30, grants African countries preferential access to U.S. markets. Minister Moketi Shilila said officials from the House Ways and Means Committee and Senate Finance Committee assured his delegation that renewal would be finalized by November or December. He stressed that any delay could trigger major job losses and factory closures, especially Lesotho's textile industry. Lesotho, heavily reliant on apparel exports to the U.S., faced crippling tariffs earlier the year before rates were reduced. United States trade with countries reached $276 million in 2024, with Senate Democrats reiterating support for renewing AGOA despite no formal confirmation yet the Trump administration. China's Commerce Ministry said on Thursday that the United States should remove what it described as unreasonable tariffs in order to create conditions for expanding bilateral trade. The statement was made when asked about China's potential purchases of U.S. soybean. China, the world's largest soybean buyer, has not booked any United States soybean cargoes from the autumn harvest so far, instead of relying on South American supplies. This situation means United States farmers risk losing billions of dollars in sales during the peak season. Senior Chinese negotiator Li Chenggang recently met with U.S. Midwest leaders, signaling possible purchases ahead of wider trade talks. However, technical disagreements are complicating progress, with both sides scheduling to meet again at the U.S. Treasury. India's central bank on Thursday released final guidelines for digital payment authentication aimed at strengthening security and encouraging innovation in fraud prevention. The new framework, effective April 1st, 2026, allows issuers to apply additional risk-based checks beyond mandatory two-factor authentication, deepening the fraud risk levels. The Reserve Bank of India, RBI, said the rules encourage emerging technologies for authentication without removing SMS-based one-time passwords. Card issuers must also validate additional authentication for non-recurring cross-border card non-present transactions when requested by overseas merchants or acquirers. The RBI noted that feedback from draft guidelines issued in July 2024 and February 2025 was incorporated into the final version. The move reflects efforts to balance consumer protection with transactions ease as digital payments continue to expand rapidly in India. Still on India, India on Thursday signed a $7 billion agreement for the procurement of 97 domestically designed built Tejas fighter jets, marking a major step in the country's military modernization drive. The deal comes as the Indian Air Force begins phasing out its aging Russian-made MiG-21 jet, which has been in service for decades. The Tejas, meaning brilliant, is Hindi. In Hindi, was first commissioned into the Air Force in 2016. The new order covers the latest fourth-generation conversions and Mk-1A and includes 68 single-seat fighter jets and 21 twin-seaters. The aircraft, developed by Hindustan Aeronautics Limited, HAL, represents India's growing push to strengthen self-reliance in defense manufacturing and reduce dependence on foreign suppliers. India, one of the world's largest arms importers, has made military modernization a top national priority amid boosting local arms production and increased exports. Officials say the Tejas program not only equips the Air Force with advanced technology, but also reinforces the country's long-term vision for defense indigenization. Japan's service sector inflation gained momentum in August, with the service producer price index rising 2.7% year-on-year, up from a revised 2.6% in July. Bank of Japan data showed on Thursday. The increase supports central bank's view that higher labor costs will help maintain inflation near its 2% target. Hotel prices jumped 7.6% in August compared to the 5.4% rise in July, reflecting robust demand from inbound tourism. The BOJ has argued that tourism recovery and wage pressures are providing a stronger base for sustained inflation after ending its decade-long stimulus program last year. The BOJ raised short-term rate to 0.5% in January. With consumers' inflation above 2% over 3 years, policymakers have signaled readiness for further rate hike if the economy continues a moderate recovery. We'll take a short break now, and when we come back, we bring you more stories. Stay tuned.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know. If you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you're already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelt is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Sook News Television.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folktales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country but to the world. And we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's history.
Welcome back to the World News on Silk News Television. The Swiss National Bank, SNB, has kept its interest rate at 0%, a move aimed at sustaining stability as inflation returns within its target range. This steady stance reassures businesses and investors that monetary policy will continue to support growth. While United States tariff presents challenges, particularly for machinery and watchmaking, Switzerland remains committed to protecting its industries and securing fairer trade conditions through active negotiations. These efforts highlight the government's determination to keep Swiss export competitive on global stage. The SNB emphasized that the economy is resilient and adaptable with long-term prospects supported by steady inflation, strong fundamentals, and proactive policy measures. Confidence in Switzerland's ability to weather global shocks remains a cornerstone of its economic outlook. Now, Argentina has reinstated export tax on grains, byproducts, beef and poultry after hitting a $7 billion sales cap, its ARCA fiscal agency announced Wednesday. The government had temporarily suspended the levies on soy, corn, wheat, biodiesel, and other products earlier in the week to boost foreign sales and secure dollars for its struggling peso. The suspension was meant to last until the end of October, or until exports reached $7 billion, but the sales threshold was reached in just 2 days. Argentina is one of the world's top grain suppliers and relies heavily on the farm sector to generate foreign currency reserves. Officials said the swift surge in exports highlights the sector's importance in stabilizing the economy. The reimposition of taxes is expected to balance the state's revenue needs with the push to encourage trade. Canada signed a comprehensive economic partnership agreement with Indonesia, aiming to secure duty-free access for up to 95% of exports within the next 8 to 12 months. Trade Minister Meninda Shidu said the deal could double bilateral trade within 6 years, marking Canada's first Indo-Pacific trade pact under Prime Minister Mark Carney's leadership. Shidu highlighted opportunities in agriculture, energy, telecom, defense, and aerospace, noting Indonesia's interest in Canadian small modular nuclear reactors. He said the agreement is expected to be ratified within a year and would help Canada to expand into Southeast Asia's fast-growing market, with bilateral trade just at $5 billion Canadian dollars last year compared to over $1 trillion Canadian dollars, with the US. Canada views Indonesia as a key gateway to the region. Shidu also plans to pursue agreements with Philippines, Malaysia, South Korea, and Japan, while engaging China and India to strengthen broader economic ties. The United States Commerce Department has launched national security investigation under Section 232 into imports of medical equipment, personal protective gear, robotics, and industrial machinery. Initiated on September 2nd, the probes could justify new tariffs on a wide range of products, including masks, syringes, infusion pumps, programmable robots, and stamping machines. The department is asking companies to detail projected demand, U.S. production capacity, and reliance on foreign supply chains, particularly from China. Officials also want input on the impact of foreign subsidies and alleged predatory trade practices on domestic industries. Items under review range from surgical masks, hospital bed, and imaging machines to pacemakers, prosthetics, and industrial tools such as cutters, welders, and ovens. The investigation adds to existing probes into pharmaceuticals, drones, semiconductors, wind turbines, and other critical imports. Now, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has reiterated Nigeria's readiness to host 2030 Commonwealth Games as the country seeks to make history as the first African nation to stage the event. The 2030 edition will also mark the centenary celebration of the Games, which were first held in Hamilton, Canada in 1930. Speaking on Nigeria's bid, President Tinubu underscored the nation's commitment to providing world-class infrastructure and enabling environment for athletes, fans, and officials. Abuja has been put towards Nigeria's preferred host city, with government officials stressing that hosting the game would boost the country's global sporting profile, tourism, and economic activity. Nigeria will face competition from India, which has submitted Abu Dhabi as its host city. Commonwealth Sports President Donald Rookery confirmed earlier this month that both nations met the August 31st deadline for submitting bids. The final decision of the host city will be made in due course, setting the stage for one of the most symbolic editions in the game's history. Nigeria's Golden Eaglets began their 2025 WAFU B 20 Under-17 campaign on a high note with a dominant 4-1 win over the Baby Cheetahs of Benin Republic on Wednesday in the Ivory Coast. The Beninese side had come into fixture seeking redemption after a narrow 1-0 loss to Burkina Faso's Baby Stallions in their opening group match. Coach Manu Garber's boys wasted no time imposing themselves. Just 3 minutes in, Nigeria won a penalty after Boluwatife Thompson was fouled in the box. George Agal calmly converted from the spot to hand the Eaglets an early lead. The team's attacking fluidity and pressing games ensured Benin were kept under constant pressure throughout the contest. The victory not only gives Nigeria 3 points, but also boosts their confidence as they chase qualification for the knockout round. With a strong start and a convincing scoreline, the Golden Eagles have sent a clear message to other teams in the tournament that they remain one of the heavyweights at this level. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. The House of Representatives pledges to guarantee transparent and effective oversight of government's NAIRA-for-CRUDE oil policy for broader economic reforms. Managing Director of AJAOKUTA Steel Company, Professor Nasir Naim, says fully operational steel plant could generate over 500,000 jobs. Africa Development Bank spearheads new initiative to expand electricity access to 3 million Africans come 2030. Indian government signed $7 billion deal for 97 indigenous Tejas fighter jets. And President Bola Tinubu has reiterated Nigeria's readiness to host 2030 Commonwealth Games as the country seeks to make history as the first African nation to stage the event. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. Good afternoon.
Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. Four Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent as by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General, and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, then we start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, we now want to say that foreign medicine, what to call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If if you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
An indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch TV, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do two jobs. They look after the home and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. They've learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because through slavery we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no description. It may happen in private organizations, but you must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. Quotation. That's our society. That's our culture. It's going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. Amen. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain that they are also being violated and abused. It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who have holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all of that. There is give me a job specific that a woman cannot do. Then I've changed my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation and learn. I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. He should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights in the upbringing of the children, in respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be good, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal rights means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. The exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is lost. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. That have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them. Yeah. We have the first woman senior advocate of Nigeria. We have Okonjo. We have, I don't know, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have, what's this pharmaceutical woman? She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. That's my darling, this new CJN of Nigeria. Okay. We do that. I did talk about Kikili. We're there. female CJN, and there are so many female chief judges all over the federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do in IT, in everything. Women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to no. She's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, they couldn't do well as the same. We have a lot.
Achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, AJAOKUTA, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is AJAOKUTA. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, AJAOKUTA's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. AJAOKUTA spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guarantee Trust Bank PLC GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today's office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, PETROLEUM Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born.
I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist. And just like many of the others here, the piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwos and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, you know, her works, you know, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, you know. So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but you know, with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, you know, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of scale, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
ABUJA is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success. And this, Ike Imokode has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. In a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ike Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimoh. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel ABUJA's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. ABUJA Ike Imokwede is back again. Ike Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ike Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer, and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before, and I'm delighted to be here. You know. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Zik to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we were doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had. and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun, God bless his memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. But I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then if I file a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I'll be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution, or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means that indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view, because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. Because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in this House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas, chiefs, people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed. And the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme.